Frankly, I know it's a terrible thing to say, but it couldn't happen. It didn't happen. And she would not have been the chosen one.
Test,
She would not
test.
have been the chosen one.
At a time when he's trying desperately to manage the voters Trump today, chose his time to insult a different person, Jessica Leeds. If you don't remember that name, she is one of the women who accused him of sexual misconduct. So instead of focusing on Harris, he was talking about her and doing insult, insulting her looks, her uncle ran outside of the North courthouse. It was out of a
Every one of these cases, it's political. It's a hoax. It's a scam. It's a political witch hunt.
But it is not just today's event where Trump went off message. Listening to Trump yesterday at an official event, which was about the economy. Here, he was actually talking about addressing high cost of childcare. That was the question.
Not to say what's out there, I want to say what's out there, but those numbers are small relative to the economic numbers that I'm talking about, including growth, but growth also.
Can you hear me?
What the plan is that I just talked about. We're going to be taking in trillions of dollars, and as much as childcare is talked about as being expensive, it's relatively speaking not very expensive compared to the kind of numbers.
I can't hear y'all.
These public appearances are not getting from the headlines that his campaign necessarily wants. In August, you mentioned he raised $140 million, which it sounds like a lot. It is no less than he raised in July, and Harris raised nearly 3 times that during the month. So that is the time, according to her campaign, the vice president brought in $361 million in the same time when the Trump brought in $130 million. Harris was already putting that massive amount of money to work. They say they're paying 2,000 events.
Nope. You can hear me though? You want me to come out and come back in? I can't hear you. Yeah.
Can you hear us, Tim?
There we go.
Okay. Okay. So look, appreciate you so much for coming, bro.
No,
So yeah, we're good. We're good. I'm gonna just hold this song. So you got this is Tim Bird. He's a producer from the 757. Apologize for the audio latency. We're in a different location, bro. So this is our attendees at TLC. You can say what's up to them so we can get started.
It's nice. It looks like a vacation spot.
Right. It is, man. This is a lovely place for sure. But yeah,
Nice.
So we're gonna get started. I just want to see if you can give them a brief rundown on who you are and how you got started as a producer.
All right, that's what it is. What's going on, everybody? How's everybody doing? My name is Tim Bird. I've been doing this thing with music shit for over 30 years. So I started out as a songwriter, well, singer first, songwriter, became a producer because I was making more money at it. And I started working with people like between Boyz II Men and Aaliyah. I'm not sure if y'all ever heard of them. I know y'all kind of young and all that, but started producing in the music industry for over like 20 something years. And once the industry started changing, I discovered there was a way to make money from music without having to pitch to artists, and that was going into licensing. And at that time, they didn't call it licensing; they just said pitching your music to TV and film. Fell in love with that, and here, this is where I'm at right now.
You just breeze over that Aaliyah thing.
I mean,
That's crazy.
Be real with you. I mean, I work with a lot of artists in between that, even Timberland as well. But I mean, a lot of people really don't know who's who, and I don't expect people to know. Especially, I'm older than everybody. I think I'm older than
Yeah.
God. You know what I mean? But it's one of those things to where I don't assume. But yeah, my industry, I learned a lot from working with those people, and with the licensing thing, I was able to get music placed on shows like Love and Hip Hop, many shows on the ID channel. Recently, is stuff on like RuPaul's. I forgot what the name of the show is, but it's the UK version. Um, Deb's House. And I think last time was I forgot that. I be forgetting the shows because I only see the royalty checks, and that's how I know the shows.
Fact.
know why? Yeah.
All right. Okay, cool. So basically what I want Tim to try to do for you guys is he's gonna play one of his records that he's been working with, that's been in this space, that's been doing pretty good. And then we're gonna talk a little bit about the segmentation of why he decided to add certain things in, like just the different portions of those songs. Okay. So Tim, when you get a chance, you can go ahead and load up. I got you coming through a Bluetooth, and we're gonna try to make sure the audio is good, best of our advantage, and then yeah, just play one of your records.
All right, just one moment. Can you see the share screen? Can you see the shared screen? Yo, you guys there?
Yeah, we see you. We don't see the shared screen.
Okay,
we see you.
We had that problem last time.
Yeah, last time. Yeah, last time. I feel like it was so whenever you had added, I think it was okay. Yeah, so now I see your yeah. All right, so we see the track now. So I'm gonna go ahead and remove myself from the stage so you can play it. All right.
All right, this is one I think it was on Love and Hip Hop, back of Love and Hip Hop. They took several different segments from it, but I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna play the whole thing first, right? It's only 2 minutes. All right, here we go.
Hey, can you hear me, Tim? Let's try to bring it. So we don't hear any audio coming through.
Okay. Wonder why is that? Hold on.
So last time, whenever we added let me just double check something. So is this your window? Is this your window? Is this your window player or this your website?
This is through the internet. So I changed exactly how it's being played.
Okay.
You know what? Hold on. I got you. I think I got you. Oh no, it should be straight up. Hold on, I'm gonna test right quick. What about now?
There's no audio. No, there's no audio coming through. So last time, whenever we bring it up to the screen, was you playing it directly from your computer?
Well, the last time, yes. This time I pulled it up through to where you can see the WAV file so I can talk about it. But no, I can change it. Let me go ahead and pull up.
Okay.
Pull up the player. That'll be easier.
Yeah, that's
Hold
Yeah,
tight.
and for all right. All right, cool.
You can hear that?
Yep.
All right. Let's go. You can see the screen, right?
Yep.
You can see the player, right?
Yep.
All right.
Hear that? Perfect. Perfect. For sure. But y'all hear how cinematic it sound, right? It sounds different from what we were probably listening to on the radio. It's like it's really, really cinematic. You can hear it through the transitions. You can even hear it with throughout the build-ups. Appreciate that, Tim. And you said that was placed on Love and Hip Hop, right?
Yeah, which I was surprised because it was cinematic. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's like one of those ones to where usually you get a brief, and the brief is when they send you like a brief description of what they want for the show. This situation, I submit this and two other tracks through a library, but they happened to pick this. And I was kind of surprised because they usually retitle it, so I didn't remember which track it was. And when I went back to find it in the library, yeah, change it to a new title. I don't know what you're talking about. What song is this? But I played it and I was like, well, I was surprised. I mean, even though I sent it, but I always send stuff anyway because you never know. Because that's what happened to me. Happened to me a couple. Remember last time we talked over the phone? I told you I got that placement with BMF.
With BMF, yeah.
Yeah, a week later, I got another placement on the same show again. But
but with the same situation, or was it different?
The same situation.
Crazy, man.
And it had nothing to do with what they were asking for. So this is one of those situations. And I figured, I was like, well, the other ones sound more like the shit that they use behind Love and Hip Hop. But I was just surprised that they used it, this one, because it was so cinematic.
Yeah. Man, yeah. So yeah, that's the vibe I got from it. Automatically, I felt the cinematic vibes. And even you talking about Love and Hip Hop, there was some it's dramatic. It's dramatic as well in some parts, right? So we talking about, Love and Hip Hop, those scenes where whether it's like an argument has happened or like a confrontation has happened, I can hear some of those parts working in some of those scenes. So yeah, for sure. Like it's a B-roll, the B-roll type scene, yeah. Yeah, type shit.
And then,
For sure, for sure.
what's even better is that I was able to send them the stems. Now, those of you guys who don't know what stems are, those are the individual tracks separated. You know what I mean? The
Yeah.
drums by itself, the bass by itself, the strings by itself, and all that stuff. So, well, it's not every single instrument by itself. Sometimes I think on some of the parts they use just the string parts, and you still get credit for it. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So that was the one thing that was good about it. And
So let's talk a little bit. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
no, go ahead.
No, you go. Okay. Okay. So let's talk a little bit about the structure of this song, right? Because I know early on we had our conversations. You know, you would say like your what was the name you gave yourself as far as when you were basically putting together your structures? You called yourself something. You was like, I don't do it traditional. It was a different way of how you put together your beats. What did you call yourself?
Song stylist? Was it that
Song
one?
stylist. Okay. Okay. I think that's what it was, a song stylist. So when you were so let's talk a little bit about so when you were structuring this particular record, right? And we talk about the transitions. What are some of the transitions that you are adding in between the record? So how do we get from intro to hook? What are some of those sounds that you're adding into those beat into the beat itself?
Well, first, let me start with how I start with the beat. I start with a 4 or 8 bar loop, and I create within that 4 to 8 bar loop. Every single instrument that you even heard at the end is in that 8 or 4 bar loop. And so, what I will do, I know that the intro usually doesn't have that many instruments, so I'll actually duplicate the same track, the whole songs for like 3 minutes. And then at the intro, I start taking out instruments. The drums don't come in right away. You know what I mean? And so,
Yeah.
yeah. So what I do is like the intro will just be. Let me see right here. I know at the beginning of this one, I had a beat that came in to start the beat, and this one I started with the drums anyway. But I usually create that 4 or 8 bar loop and then start subtracting instruments until I get to the verse. Then I subtract more instruments for the verse, and then I bring in some instruments for the first hook. I don't bring in all of them for the first hook. So now the transition from the beginning to the verse, I'll put like what they call a riser, which is that
sound, yeah.
To let them know something else is coming up. I do the same thing sometimes when I'm going into the hook, depending on if I want it there or not, because you want the track to build. You know what I mean? You want the track to build. You don't want the whole song to be like just one. If you notice that one like cohesive track, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You want to give them something to grab, just in case they don't use the whole thing. They can use like the first verse in the show, or they can use the part that doesn't have any drums in the show.
It's almost like you're creating each section to stand on its own.
100%.
Right.
Each section has its own conversation.
Of course. All right. So that's huge. So each section can stand on its own, has its own composition. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, cool. So,
and especially since I used to be a whack rapper, I understand how each verse goes. I know when to cut out and cut in, just that and the other. So
yeah,
coming from that helps me out a lot too. But instrumentation, as far as I'm not sure if you were asking what types of instruments was I was using, or I'm not sure if I answered.
No. You answered it. You answered it perfectly.
Okay.
My second question is, so when you are producing, whether it's for a brief or you're just in that producing mode, just trying to be consistent, what are some of the things that you're going about as far as like the organization portion of like how are you keeping track of your beats and you knowing exactly like who you're picking to? Like how are you keeping track of that? Is it as simple as just making sure they're in your folders, or like how are you going about just your organization portion of it?
Oh yeah, that part. Yeah, I'm really organized with a lot of stuff, but I had to become organized. It's really down to folders. So that's really what it is within the track. And when I'm creating, I'm not worrying about doing color coding yet until I at least
Yeah.
get the meat of the track down. But as far as like saving it, so I know exactly which folder I'm sending it. Like, let's say, for example, if I'm sending it to like a library called TuneEdge, I'll create a folder called TuneEdge. And in that folder,
Yeah.
I'll create the year, and then I'll create the month within that folder. And then I'll create the title of the track, the working title that I'm using within that month, and then save everything within that folder. So I know with other folders in it, which would be like demo folder, send out folder, well, final folder, all this within that same folder, stem folder, all that stuff already created once I come up with the idea. So that way I know exactly I'm already ready to send out whatever they need.
Yeah. Oh, somebody had a question. What was your question?
Just to get your music to another company or something.
Yeah.
Is there a particular format that they want the music? Like, let's say, like it's like the name of the song underscore something.
So we're gonna, when we get to the pitching aspect of it, we're gonna talk about that. But you're already there as far as like, because normally when you're pitching to different companies, and I'm pretty sure Tim can also agree with this, is going to vary on what they want. Like he just said that he sent stems. I sent stems, but it's one of those things where it depends on the company I'm sending it to. Some companies just specifically want me to send them over the MP3 in the record itself with the whoever is the copyright, all the information, all the metadata on that actual song, right? But it could be something that's simple. I mean, it could be a little bit more complex. What you were saying as far as underscore such and such, such and such. It can't be more complex, like Tim was saying, as far as stems on the actual song, as well as, you know, making sure you have cut downs, right? 30 seconds, 60 seconds, 90 seconds. That can actually happen. But we're gonna get into that on this last segment. Tim, I have two more questions and I'm not gonna hold you up. So the third question is going to be, what are some of the pros that you've seen throughout your creation process that, you know, like, all right, let me make sure I do this because I know it works, when you're actually in the creation process of your beats? Like, what are some of the pros you're seeing, and then what are some of the cons? Because we talked a little bit about this before in the last presentation. We were talking about some of the stuff that you saw that was hurting younger producers and who was kind of getting started.
Yeah, pros that I've noticed was just paying attention to what is out there. You know what I mean? They do want current music, as current as possible, but paying attention to how it's structured, how each track is structured. And really the formula is the same with any song. It's just that you don't send out a 4-minute track. The most I go is 3 minutes. That's even pushing it. You notice this one's only 2 minutes and 20. You know what I mean? So the pros I noticed is that those little shorter ones, that's 1:30 up to like 2:20, those work. The cuts to where the verses aren't too long, the hooks aren't too long. There's breaks in between to where the editor could be able to seamlessly use one part without another part, overlapping. Those I started to realize that's when I was getting a lot of the work with those type of tracks. Sort of like this structure that I had for this.
Yeah.
And it actually differs. Sometimes when they send a brief, they're really specific. They'll tell you no more than 2 minutes. No, minimum 2 minutes. With a brief, they'll send you an example of a song. So really they want you, the track is like 4 minutes that they send you the example. 9 times out of 10, I'm going to follow that 4 minute by following that track, piece by piece. You know what I mean? Because they said the minimum of 2 minutes. So when they send a bunch of tracks with examples, that means they're looking for something just like what they're asking for. They just can't pay the licensing fee for that original track. They just come to me to create something like
that. And what are some of the cons that you see with younger producers like that are hurting them in this space?
Oh yeah, a lot of young ones, they figure they just do whatever they want. I'm dope. I'm dope. My beat's hot. You know what I mean? Hot. You know what I
Facts.
mean? Yeah, and I understand it. You know what I mean? I understand, especially if you getting into it, you come up with something hot. They don't care what's hot. They care what's working.
Facts.
Really
That's a
don't
fact.
know if it's going to be a number one hit. Not they're not even looking for a number one hit. They're looking for what's working
That's
within
perfect.
what they need. You know what I mean? But the
Mm,
cons I've seen is really ego. That's the only thing I've seen.
mm. Man. Okay. So yeah, my last question I have for you is in your journey, right? So we're talking about specifically with Sync, just with Sync. What are some of the like when you're in that process of outside of just the creation, outside of the pitching, what are some of the things you feel like creators should know after they, they get it, whether they get accepted to a library, they get accepted to a supervisor? What are some of the things that they should actually know outside of that process? Like, how do they keep going?
Just keep creating. And one thing you gotta practice is patience. This I call this business the hurry up and wait business. Hurry up, get the music out, wait for shit.
Military. Facts.
Yeah, wait for shit to happen, and don't wait. Whenever you get accepted to the library, don't wait for any other information to come back to you about that submission. If you already been accepted, even if you haven't been accepted and you sent it out, keep creating, keep sending to different companies. Whoever bites first, you go with that company. But you don't just because you got accepted to a library, you don't sit up there and say, "Hey, I'm good. I just made it." No, you keep creating, you keep sending shit out.
Facts.
I'm
Facts.
sorry, I'm cursing. My
Man.
bad.
Now you're good. You're good. We all grown.
Oh,
You're good. Um, being a producer, actually, I do have one more question. Do y'all have any questions for Tim? You have a question? Well, we're gonna talk about that. We're gonna talk about that.
I need more like a tip or suggestion
Okay.
about getting organized. Let's say you've been making beats for a while and you already are like insanely disorganized. How do you go back and get organized, or do you just say it's disorganized and just keep being organized in the future?
Did you,
what
you
was
hear
the
that?
question? No, I couldn't hear me. I know something about organization, but I
Yeah.
couldn't
Let
hear.
me let me get him to come up to the screen.
Yeah, I was asking, let's say you've been making beats for a long time and you already like crazy disorganized. So how do you go back and get organized, or do you just say it's disorganized and just be organized moving forward?
That's a good question because I had to go back and become organized. Yeah, I
Mm,
mean, if you really want to pitch those tracks, if you want to go back and pitch those tracks, other than that, because I did the same thing, I was like, those are disorganized, forget it, I'm moving on. You know what I mean? And started organizing from that point on. But there were certain tracks where I would actually hear when you go back, you'd be like, yo, this is fire. Let me go ahead and do this.
mm,
And I started organizing those. Now, if you're okay with the tracks in the past that you don't want to go ahead and pitch them, fuck them. Just start being organized from this point on. But if you really feel like you have some stuff in the past, I would go ahead and organize them. And the easiest way is to do it by the year, set up a folder for the year, then the month within that year folder, and then the folder with the track title, whatever you're working in, save everything, your song, that song in its own folder underneath that month.
mm.
That way, when
All
you
right.
go back, you don't have to worry about looking. It's like, when did I create this track? Well, I know I did some earlier this year. Let me see which month it was. Oh yeah, okay. It's easier to find that way.
Mm, yeah.
Yeah. Year collaborators for sure. Y'all have any?
Like that's what I
Right.
started doing. Trying to like start organizing like just based off like what type of beat it is. And
Yeah.
sometimes if I remember,
It mess you up depending on what you're doing though. Sometimes, because like with me, like when sending for records, like you trying to get a song placement, you might be like, "Oh, this is a Cardi B type beat,"
mm,
but you might get in the studio with Drake and he like that beat. But because you thought it was for Cardi B, you forgot to play it because it was in the Cardi B folder.
yeah.
So that's why I say sometimes it could be like
It could
you gotta
yeah,
have like two different.
like that balance. That balance. Y'all have
Yeah.
any questions for Tim? Questions? Tim, appreciate you so much.
Thanks
Oh,
for having me.
Yeah. Yeah, we gonna talk about payments when we get to this next. So we gonna talk about payments. But Tim, appreciate you, man, so much. You say right now you're working on the BMF thing, and I want to basically kind of piggyback off of that with the BMF thing. When you were, when you got granted that opportunity, you had to make sure your records were a little bit more modern, or did they have to fit that BMF era? Because BMF is like the 80s and 90s.
Right. Well, the BMF thing, and this is what I was talking about, the patience thing, hurry up and wait. I created a lot of tracks for them that were in the late 80s, early 90s. That's what they were asking for back in 2021. They're just now getting back to me this year for the 2 tracks that weren't in the 80s and 90s band.
Hey, that's a fact, man.
Yeah, the
That's
2
a
tracks
fact.
that I created all the stuff that sounded exactly like, for example, if I was to send y'all every single track I did, you guys would be like, oh my God, I feel like I'm back in the 80s and 90s. Did it. But there were 2 tracks that I just decided to create. So, I'm just going to send it anyway. Had nothing to do with it. One of them sounds like Pharrell. One of them sounds like some other hip hop type stuff. And they picked those 2.
But
So you never know.
having them ready was important for sure. Just having access to that you were able to send those other 2, because it still was able to
Right.
get you a placement.
Right.
That's crazy though, man. That's crazy.
It is. It's really crazy. It lets you know you never know. And I would stick to sending to 5 tracks, no more, to each send out, because they don't listen to the whole thing. When they get the WAV file, sometimes I've heard music supervisors will just look at the WAV file, and if it looks like a straight WAV file with no variations in it, they'll pass on it.
They're not even listening to it.
They're not listening to it. And sometimes they do see peaks and different this, that, and the other. They'll listen to the beginning, like 15 seconds, skip to the middle, listen to that, skip to the end, then move on to the next song. So it's not like they're sitting there just listening to the whole song. That's why you got to engage them with different cuts in between each song or track.
Yeah. Yep. Going back to that segmentation. So yeah, appreciate you so much, Tim. Where last two questions. Where can the people follow you at, and what are you currently working on right now?
You can follow me on IG and TikTok. Well, yeah, at Tim Bird Music. Follow me there. I've been, out of commission for the past 2 months. I'm just now getting back well. Yeah. So I haven't been doing anything new. The only time that 2 times in the past 2 months that I turned on my computer was to do the interviews with you. That was it.
I appreciate that, man. I know you've been, you've been working on.
But it's on and pop as soon as I get better. It's on and pop. I'm telling you, and we're gonna have to collaborate.
Yes, man. Yes, for sure. Well, appreciate you so much, bro. Thank you so much for stopping in, sharing some knowledge from the producer side. You stay blessed, bro.
You as well. Thanks for having me. Y'all be peace. All right. Did you do anything with Hannah Lane? Say it one more time. Did you do anything with Hannah Lane? Hannah Lane? Yeah. He worked with Missy. Nah.
He hard. He gonna go on the truck. Crazy. He hard. I listen to that on the road. When I was on the road, I listen to that shit. Yeah. She said, "Am I on or are you doing? You just gotta get a lawyer visit." For sure. And I'm gonna talk about lawyers right now. Just some of the stuff I've been working on and I've been seeing, but just to kind of give y'all a conclusion, right? So from everything we talked about in part 2, remember some of these key points, right? So crafting sync-friendly music collaboration is going to be huge, important with working with others, and just adapting the music for sync while maintaining a unique sound. You hear Tim talk a little bit about when we're talking about segmentation, right? So from a producer standpoint, making sure my intro is taking me here, and I know my listener who's listening to my intro, they know I'm going to the chorus, they know I'm going to the verse. It's the little pieces that we add. The cool thing about sync that I like to try to add is like,
You can literally say, hey, I'm making this for sync. This is what's going to be for sync. I'm making this for this. Being versatile, being balanced. Don't basically sell yourself short and feel like, damn, all my stuff has to sound like this and I feel like I'm being uncomfortable. Yo, do both. If you're making records that you feel like sound like, all right, this is a regular record for me as an artist, this is a regular record for a Cardi B or whoever, you still get it in the pocket. You can still work with that. But if you have other records when you're like, all right, this is specifically for sync, it's a different way you have to tailor the beats. It's a different way you have to tailor your songwriting. But once you understand the skills of how to basically do so, it's going to be easier for you to basically jump back and forth between both lanes. And you'll start seeing like, man, I'm making money from here, I'm making money from here. I'm winning, right, as an artist.
Yeah.
So don't fall in that category of, it's going to be difficult for me to basically do both. You can do both. It's just figuring out how to, right? That's basically what we're doing here. So we wrapped up part 2. If y'all need to take a break or anything before we wrap up the final part, get some water, get some food, get some smoking, some drinking, whatever y'all need.
That's what you said.
Bro, what's good to see you? Yeah, what's good? My name's Astro. Me too. I came a little late, so like, basically, just what was y'all?
Oh well, we still rocking. We got one more part. And I'll briefly talk a little bit about what you missed. But in a nutshell, we're just talking about how people can get their records into film and television, video games, commercials, television shows, and how you can actually start making money from your music.
What is that?
Artists, because a lot of the time for artists, like if I'm not Drake, if I'm not Kendrick, if I'm not Gucci, if I'm not Future, I can't make money. So you can make money from it. Just understand the difference. We have to play the game a little bit different than mainstream artists. I'm basically teaching them how to basically play that game. I'm giving them. I gave out some QR codes as well. So towards the end of what we're doing, right? So basically, outside of me teaching people about sync licensing, I also sit with them and actually help them out throughout their sync licensing journey. I do free consultation. You don't pay anything. 30 minutes. We sit down, we chop it up, we see exactly what we went. Then we go there, we talk about whatever action you need as an artist. But literally, everything I'm teaching y'all is going to be information you can take yourself and apply it yourself. You don't have to hire me or anybody else. It's just if you like, damn, okay, I've been doing this myself a little bit while. I want to sit down with somebody who actually knows the space. You don't want to go from there. For the most part, it's making sure y'all understand when you're watching movies, you're watching television shows, you're playing video games. That can be your money. Whether you're a songwriter, whether you're a rapper, whether you're a singer, whether you're a producer, it can happen for you too. Just understand how you play the game because it's a little bit differently than how we normally do. I'm gonna just drop my song and go sound this and done. So we have to kind of critique it a little bit because when you're doing sync, you're taking yourself out of it and you're providing a service. It's a little bit different. So that's kind of what I showed them. I explained it to them, and I also broke down how the records are being played. Talked about briefs, which is just in general, it's just you get these quote unquote emails that say, "Hey, I need a song that sounds like this," and you basically try to mimic that email the best way with your abilities. Now in this last part, I'm gonna talk about how to actually send it to who you need to send it to. So that's basically all it is. But you an artist or a producer?
Yeah, both actually.
Also, you're 100%.
Yeah.
All right.
All of the above.
Hey, so look, I'm gonna say something to you.
Yeah.
I didn't say it to everybody. When you are 100%, more money comes in for you. You don't have to split it up. When I was getting my placements early on, I had producers, I had writers, so I had to split the pot. And there's nothing wrong with that. Because a lot of that, most of my syncs came through collaborations, but most of my money came through when I did everything.
Right.
So just how you look at it, you know what I'm saying? So you play the game the best way that you can.
Right.
And it's up to your abilities. Some people say, hey, I can't produce though. I have to work with the producer. That's fine. I can't write my own songs. I have to work with a songwriter. That's fine. But if you like, hey, I know this, I'm ready.
Right.
You ready? You feel me? You can start doing what you need to do. So. Yeah, that's all I'm doing, bro. But just come back around for part 3, bro, and we'll talk about how to finish up.
Got you. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
This excuse me. This is interesting to me because right now, me and this guy named Mark, it's another guy who's his friend, and he lives in California, and he has the connection with like Warner Brothers and all that shit like that.
Yeah.
And so he's like, okay, well, come up with because basically Mark is trying to put together this TV show type of thing for kids to teach you about police or something like that. I don't know. It's just, you know, it's kind of corny. But I was like, fuck it, we got. And he was like, you know, we can pitch this to them, and they were like, they're interested in it, but they're gonna need certain songs and shit like that for the intro and all that. So
Yeah.
I got down like 4 songs to choose from. I started with like maybe 70 that I went through, and it was like these 2, try these 2, and then they gave me 30 seconds, and I'm like, what the fuck? And then they was like, we need the whole project file, and then you know, and then they're like, we need to format it correctly. And I submitted it to them like 2 or 3 times, and they were like, no, it's the wrong format. So that's why I'm glad I'm here, because I'm like, I'm trying to figure out how this shit works.
And a lot of the time frames, man, of course there's going to be like a little small learning curve, but the cool thing about what I'm teaching you guys is like, once you're taking the information, like I said, you can apply it. So when you're talking about format, you know, that can be as simple as maybe they want it in a wave 16-bit by 44.1, you know what I'm saying, kilohertz. Maybe they want it to be 48 kilohertz. It depends on the actual, what they actually need. But for the most part, you know, the generic way is making sure it's wave. I never really had any EP3s placed, so I make sure it's wave. I make sure it's 16-bit by 44.1 kilohertz. I make sure whenever I am submitting it, you're gonna hear me talk about streaming links only. Like the little nuances that you know are going to just kind of get you over the hurdle. I make sure my metadata is a part of the pitch. I make sure there's no a lot of the time, this is a little tedious, but it also kills people. I make sure the beat itself and this record itself is the same duration. So my beat is 1 minute and 30 seconds. My song is 1 minute and 30 seconds. You know what I'm saying? The little pieces, the little of the duration. I also make sure, and a lot of this is coordination. So if I'm talking to this company, a lot of the time, friends, if I'm specifically talking to them, they already have a guideline that you have to follow, and it's just like simple. Like you're in kindergarten. Okay, you want this, you want this, you want this, you want that, and I submit it to them. It's simple. I've had people say, "Hey, I don't want SoundCloud links." I'm like, "Wait, what?" Yeah,
they do.
Yes, it's so there. That's why when I give y'all this information, I try to tell y'all that it's going to vary. I'm giving you guys the generic portions of it, but just like anything with technology, it's ever changes, it's ever evolving. So you may go to somebody and say, "Hey, we only want the wave, and not even wave, we only want AIFF files." You're like, "What the fuck? Okay, let me go back and get that." And then you're like, "Okay, I got these files. Cool. Hey, we don't want no intro. We just want the hook." And you're like, "Wait, what?" That can happen. So you just want to make sure whoever you're collaborating with, you understand their guidelines and you are comfortable with meeting them, because there are time frames when I've been given briefs and they say, "Have me this." I'm like, "I can't do that." And I straight said that the opportunity isn't for me. I moved on. That's fine to say. But if you like, I really want this opportunity, you have to ask those questions and say, "Let's go through the format. Let's go through the guideline. Let's go through the pitching process," right? Because a lot of the time frames, they're going to tell you exactly what they need. You have to just meet them in the middle. But you have to ask those questions. So if you're talking about like formatting, a lot of the time frames with formatting, I see it falls under those 3 categories, right? What type of file are you sending them? Like really in depth. But you hear me say 16-bit by 40. Is it really 16-bit by 44? 1 kilohertz? Is it 48 kilohertz? Right? That's another portion. Number 2, the duration of the song. When you're talking about even outside duration, but we're talking about, is the song a certain, does it have hook, intro, bridge? Is it shorter? Is it condensed? I just pitched the opportunity different yesterday. They said, "Hey, we want it to be 30 seconds. We want no drums." I said, "Wait, what?"
Wow.
But luckily, because I've been in this space, I already have it. I'm ready.
Yeah.
So it's little pieces. So each company that you're talking to or you're sending to, like you're talking about Warner right now, who you're working with, you want to make sure you like, all right, cool. You know the generic stuff is always going to be this. I don't care who it is. They're always going to make sure they want the lyrics. They're always going to make sure that it's clean. They're always going to make sure that you guys are the owners of the song. They're always going to make sure that you have access to the song on a streaming link. Those are your 4 generic bases. Everything outside of that is going to be tailored to whoever that company is. So if you know you follow those 4 generic bases, and now you're like, the next step is going to be figuring out, okay, let's start asking them questions about the format. Let me make sure, do they want an MP3? Do they want to wait? Do they want a fucking video file? Like, you're asking those questions, right? And then when you're asking those questions, they provide to you. Now you go back and you're like, "Okay, damn, I already did. I'm ready. Let me go send it." right? But knowing what to ask is also a part of it. You don't know what to ask, you're gonna send whatever you want. Like, you know, like, no, let me make sure I ask him this, that. Because now when they look at him, oh, he's asking the right questions. He knows it. Let me start sending him more opportunities.
Yeah, because what I'm dealing with right now is like this guy is serving as a middleman that we're sending this to, and it's kind of like confusing because I want to go to the source, but I can't necessarily do that. So I want to do my own source.
Yes. So this,
something else.
This is what you do, right? Because that happened to me my very first place. And like I said, I still to this day don't know how this producer got my record on the channel, the MTV show.
Yeah.
I don't know because I wasn't in that room. I wasn't in those conversations. I just sitting the lyrics.
Yeah.
When I asked him, hey, can you show me? Like, yeah, man, like, I'm plugged in and sending records. I'm like, what? Like, I'm trying to, like, can you tell me more? And he told me some pieces of it, but for the most part, I was just like, I don't understand. This is when I talked about I had to go out into the street and invest. I said, what was this? What's going on? I paid my own money. I figured out what was happening. Then I said, oh, he did that? I can do that from my basement. I can do that from, okay. Then I started producing. But then it was like, wait. You have to understand, everybody doesn't want the same thing.
Yeah.
That was my part when I had to step back and be like, okay, this shit has to be, I have to tailor it specifically to who I'm talking to. Mm-hmm. If I don't tailor it, I'm shooting myself in the foot. So when I'm creating records, and you're gonna hear me talk about this on this next segment, when I'm creating records, I want to make sure it's tailored to whoever I'm tailoring to. The best case scenario, bro, this is hands down. This is not taking, anything from anyone. My best case scenario is always going to be when I get a brief. Because I know when I get a brief, I know exactly what to make, I know exactly what to submit, I know exactly what to create. When I'm creating, just to be creating, I'm thinking about what I created last, I'm thinking about what I feel like fits. And I'm not saying it doesn't work because I just got to set it to something yesterday from following that. So it doesn't, I'm not saying it does not work. It's just easier when you know exactly what they want and what they need. I got it right now.
Yeah, because you're used to that. You know what vendor it is, like, hey, okay, boom. You need this, you want this guy wants this long, you want this stuff without this, okay, you got that.
And you can submit it easily. It's not that much of a hassle. But when you're like, damn, I'm just cold pitching on whatever, it's gonna be different. But don't let that deter you from not creating and being consistent. Still have that catalog, because I've had records of people coming back later and saying, hey man, you know what? You did a great job with that last record, but hey, do you happen to know anybody that got any like funk hip hop? Oh, I got that. I made it in 2019. Mm-hmm. Oh, damn, you got that too? Oh, yeah, let me see that. Because I already had it. You know?
What set me back is the fact that I got music. I got plenty of music. It's just so it's a big submission. It's like a catalog of things. So it's like not just like the audio stuff like we submit, but this is me and Mark, and he does artwork. Like he draws art and characters and all that. So it's kind of like, oh yeah, we want the character redrew. And it's kind of like, so now we're waiting longer on this check. Because I have audio, but your characters aren't really ready. Yeah. And so it's like, bro, I thought we were ready. He's like, oh yeah, we go submit this, we're gonna get this money. We've been waiting 3 years. 3 years.
Yeah. What I would say with that though,
so I was gonna do something along the lines with you.
Yeah, what I'm saying to you is, don't stop your own business. You can still collaborate with this person. Y'all can create something, but you have your own thing over here.
Yeah.
Because that was another thing I realized working with certain creators. Like some people, we were collaborating on the space, and the space itself wasn't fully fleshed out.
Yeah.
And I wasn't going to walk away from the space because I was committed to it. But in that same breath, I got responsibilities. I have a family. I have kids. Yeah. I have a wife. I can't. I'm all in. I'm down. I was like, all right, okay, I'm with y'all. I'm gonna let y'all figure out what y'all need to do. I'm gonna go over here. When y'all need me, I'm gonna be ready. I'm gonna be available. But I gotta do this, and that's kind of been my goal. When I get called back, I jump back. Let's get it. Oh, instead of taking a 2-year break, let me jump back over here.
Back over there.
You know what I'm saying?
Business.
We back and we keep it working. We gotta eat. Correct. And what I saw ended up happening, that side started looking at this side like, holy shit, it's working fast.
Yeah.
Let's start speeding up because we gotta start. And then you start seeing like, okay, they're looking at you, getting inspiration, like, yo, you're making this happen. Okay, now you start going to the left, and you're like, okay, now y'all ready, right? Because they're seeing you. It's almost like you put a dagger in their back. And they're like, let's go. That can happen, you know. So
the boost.
Yeah, you give them that boost. So yeah, bro. No, I think yeah. I think you're in a good space. I think you are. You're
you're one of those creators who like you understand it's just going to take. And I'm trying to say you right now, it's going to take the organization consistency part. But once you start that portion of it, you start realizing, okay, cool, I'm trying to see something come in to myself as a creator. Yeah.
The food's done.
That's what Joe needs to do. Get you back here. Let me show you something.
I need to know that, bro.
And so, like, at first I didn't tell him, like, hey, you do shit like that. I was like, yeah, you know how to produce movies and shit like that. Like, yeah. You gotta kind of work it in. You know, do you think? And then, like, you just start, I guess, I know, started seeing home field. And I was like, yeah, you know, I'm like, record shoot. And so, and so like the movie thing was changing from the fact that I was actually start working on this TV thing. Yeah, and that's why I'm really not cool. I mean, but I was like, keep on playing our reason. We come here and be here. I tell them, go, this is the things that like I'm going and it really started now. It's like, feel, man, like I'm not all that other and now I made it to everything. I said, if we go in there and be like, you know, it's the hardest, man. It's the hardest, man. That's the rappers. That's what we do. Listen, you know, I'm not artist. It's because I am the best. I'm sorry. That's what I'm saying. This is where I start. You know what I mean? You can start out with I have my own theory on how to live. Yeah. I'm bringing it. So I understand, like, if I'm bringing you in space, I understand how every different game. Little game, little big game, big boy game. It only, you already kind of do around with yourself. And honestly, you're going to have to be on the weird and forefront. Yeah. You're going to have to start showing people that it's possible. With me and the crew that actually be a part of it, I ended up calling out a lot of people that I said, you know what, man, I love you guys, but I cannot sit there and do it. I have to make something happen right then. And it took me
I believe in it. I'm gonna try it. Yeah. The moment I saw one check, I said, what do you use check? Well, this small check was right in the I looked at that check and I said, I'm ready. Well, that's ready. That was the first time that it happened. That changed my life. I said, holy shit, wait. I'm ready to pay my rent with this. Yeah. I'm ready to pay my rent. I'm taking care of my kids, my family. Okay, I'm not there. I'm here. And I start seeing more process, more progress. Yeah, man, I think you're also in that space where I think you have the mindset. I just think you're gonna have to step out of that bubble.
I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready to stop acting like doing that.
Yeah, when you step out, it's the beauty of stuff. That doesn't mean necessarily what it is now. I think you have to grown man. You step over here. You create your growth, you create your property, you create your freedom to the point where you like, I knew this was going to work. Now you get separation stuff. That's how I say, hey, whoever ready, I'm willing to help you. If you're not ready to sell you, we won't start ready to take. When I did that, it was a group of 6, 7, 8, only 1 or 2 saying I'm ready. You know, the other one, they're still in the same situation. I love them, I love them. Once you came to the right side, now look at those guys, they're like, yeah, I'm sitting here on everything. I'm like, okay, what are we doing? What's happening? Let's see. I'm going to tell you what deterred them is it's the fear of unknown, right? They're so comfortable, they're surrounded, they're comfortable with what they're doing. You don't want that bother, it's the fear of unknown. And 2, they're not willing to change. They don't understand it, they're not willing to do the right things. And 3, they're not willing to invest. And I don't mean billions or billions of dollars. Sometimes, bro, it's a couple $100, $20 or $30 years. It can be simple stuff. I'm not just investing into myself or courses or people. You're investing into yourself. You can be a better microphone. You can be a better computer. You can whatever you basically have to do it.
I just think
Okay.
I gotta do this shit. And I was like, I got to that point, bro. I was like, it came down to a friend coming over and said, yeah, I'm trying to lay something down. And he was like, yeah, bro, like, I got you next time. After that, that was it for me, bro. I was like, yo, I can't do this. Bro. I gotta do this foot traffic. I gotta go to this studio and be able to, I gotta make money. That's my goal. I'm gonna make my career. And like, there's no reason to like something. And I'm not, I can't just go in there and do it. I gotta make money watching it.
I ain't about to be answering my phone. I'm about to see everything right now. Do not hang up the phone. Hello? Nigga. Look. Alright, you still on? I'm about to see you everything I need because I'm not about to be picking up the phone. So just be a thing, bitch. I'm about to see your picture. So you won't get in trouble, because I don't trust your memory. You don't remember that girl. Right, if you can go with her, don't go to her. Okay, man, I don't know because she gonna make a phone call anyway. So when she make her phone call, it's gonna be like, okay, man, now we gotta give her a couple $100. It ain't nothing but some bullshit. It's cool. Alright, look, okay. What is the girl name? And like, okay, this. Oh, there she goes. I'll get that. Okay, where's the picture? And look, I'm trying to get on, you're gonna go to jail, boy. You with the girl, your ass gonna go to jail. Cause then they gonna do something about you, they gonna wave around, they gonna do everything. Don't be a hoe. You gotta just carry it like a business, brother. But look, I'm gonna call you right back so I can get this picture. Alright, come here on them following and shit, right? Get you off this. Hell yeah, I'm about to book some time with you, brother. You gotta get in, we gonna get mad. I'm ready to rap. For real, I just gotta do this. That's something.
I want to do already next.
Oh yeah, that's on the flow in it.
Yeah.
It's on the flow. Let's do this. And it's not on cash app, bro. You just want to picture that shit or something, you put it up. Okay, look, do you want my, no, okay. And I just see some awesome. God damn. See, I don't be getting high and shit. I train, but I think I did too much. You might go to go here today too. I got the best one. Pretty much one. These are the shit. Not shit. I ain't going, I gotta lock in. See, I had to come. Only thing I might need to do tomorrow is get some insurance. I'm locked in, but I don't even think I'm gonna do that. Hey, what's up, huh? I ain't playing, man. Call me on FaceTime video so you can see, man. I ain't playing, huh? Nah, but I know that niggas ain't still, man. You put them in the bag, though. You put them in the bag, and I gave mine. I had that thing. Remember, I put it right out and handed it to you first. No, and then I said that. That's what I told somebody to get out of the other army. Consider their name, you know what I'm saying? Came my way. I got you, man. I love you, man. Yo, you gonna this is boy too. I'm gonna see you video. Just let me know you want me to fuck your shit up. I'm gonna do it to you.
I'm trying to fill out this part for you so that you just have to do that part.
Oh, that's dope. But I help you too. Like, even though my phone keep on ringing and shit, I ain't tripping. Come on, guys. Yeah, I'll make it easier. Come on, I'm gonna make that shit easier as a bitch. What you need to have? Come on. I just had to have this phone.
Okay.
But yeah, you need to put it on. But I'm gonna type it and do everything else.
Okay, I'll just.
I ain't able to. I'm still straight off the road with the cord. Yeah. I'm gonna help you together, Spank. All right.
Okay, so this is the link to do that, and then when you need to open it, just copy that. When it asks for your Instagram.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we gotta show you that right there. All right.
Okay.
Okay. On my information and shit. They see I'm doing that 24 motherfucking question thing again.
Basically, yeah. But you have to do the thing.
Yeah, cause they didn't even make me do the thing. I ain't talking about some afterpay shit. Look, I got ads. I got money. You know how I did in front of this? I was gonna be cheap and I said, fuck it. I'm gonna just go get it again. Yeah, man. Cash? Oh, cash, I'd be like. No, it's cash. It was some afterpay shit. They were talking about doing like 4 payments. So I just want to like do 2 payments right now and get out of the way. Yeah.
Did you say you're signing the song review?
I do everything. All jobs.
What's your name?
My name's Billy Jones. I'm a rapper.
Gotcha.
Rapper. Sing. I'm an artist. I'm an artist that immortalize my shit. I'm an artist. All around. Genuine capital and yeah, girl, you know so.
I'm just typing it over and over, trying to get this to work. Is it right?
Yep.
So fast.
Jalen Jones. JUGGMONEY Keep that shit simple.
Okay. Email.
Book you. JustMoneyJones@gmail.
Booking JustMoneyJones@gmail.com.
Seven 406 6471. That's me. What you need? Hey, what my idea? I get that shit back.
I definitely get that.
Definitely get that shit back. I don't use that on myself. Boulevard. Big. Street address. No, not to. Oh, okay. Yeah, Virginia. Well, we had all that shit. I was like, I'm on my booty shit, man. Yeah.
just copy it over from the, when you filled out the last one.
Yeah, but I do. I just read that. I use it for you. You want to do it?
That'd be cool.
Hell no, I want to play, but I want to put it up for later. I ain't hungry, but I know that shit gonna come.
You would have to go,
Yeah, I'm gonna make one. I'm
Just
spending
make
the
sure you
night.
mark the Sharpie as first.
But I got some money on the account. Oh, I can get on my homeboy for us.
Yes.
Oh shit, they better understand. It's 757.
Alright, so, including your $30 application fee, there is $150 register fee left. So you can do the $100 in cash, or you can do the rest of the $50 in cash, or you can do it on Afterpay or Cash App, whatever.
Yeah, I heard about some application. That's what she told me about. So she was like 4 payments. So that's 100. So that's not 12 pounds. So that's what I go to. And then another. Oh, that's it. I don't know how to pay that shit. And I don't read shit. All right, what's this name? Yeah.
I think I gotta go to the social.
But I should say that for you. Then it's gonna be out here for you. Yeah. I put them on strategy channel. That's what she did. I ain't looking for shit.
It's all, you know,
Yes, ma'am. I think it's,
I'm gonna try to help you out.
too much oxygen.
In addition, he said,
Sorry.
oh, you signed shit later.
He has breathing problems.
I need one bad. They so special, they bullshit. Do you have any publishing affiliation? What about publishing like BMI and shit? Like my
then
old
yes,
shit?
you did this.
Okay, bro.
And that's my like. Whatever
I don't have no, I'm so ghetto, bro. I don't have no, press kit. I don't have no.
Okay, just press paste and it'll be your Instagram.
Oh, that's dope. And I've been working on it, so it's like, damn, we so good. I don't even have to. Oh yeah, that's the part. Remember I say that's the part you don't have to get down here.
Alright, we'll be right back. Okay.
Yeah, and I look over, I reach, okay, so I have to do that. Wait, I hope they don't motherfucking shit ain't changed.
No, you did this for it. I see.
Yeah, I signed it, but I signed already, yeah. I did that, yeah. Cause I like it, and that shit is really good. I like it, I like it. Yo, shit, this fucking man. Okay, good. It's in there though. Okay.
So you said this was.
Yeah, I'm just the aspect thing, but I'm just disappointed and then whatever. You said yo, I'm out of commission. When is this over with? Like on Sunday at what time or Monday at what time? When is this over with?
Sunday morning.
It's over with Sunday morning.
Check out Sunday.
Okay, so good. Like, okay, good. And what's today? Friday?
Today's Friday.
Oh, we about to get it in. Let me see. But I'm going down and record. I'm about to get ready to tear that shit down. You feel me? What's my dude on the third floor? What's his name? Ethan. I got fuck with Ethan too, man. Ethan up on the third floor right now.
Yes.
I'm gonna fuck with Ethan, but I'm about to go fuck with Porter forever, man. So I'm gonna fuck my nigga. And then I'm got down. I'm gonna fuck with Ethan. Okay, that. Yo. Magic gang. Check out this Sunday morning. I showed him some $1 million shit. I showed him some $1 billion shit. And now you get it, nigga. Hold like this. My arm.
So I do that after grade. So she was questionable on whether it would only take $50. That's why I cashed it.
No, I got the 100. Oh, you're talking about later, right?
No, I'm talking about right now.
Okay, yeah, I'm wait. What I only owe like $50, right? Right. I don't have that much on my cash. I'm like a cash guy.
Alright, I'm putting it on board.
But I made that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I will document.
Upstairs, sorry.
I need somebody to show me what to Porter.
It's on the second floor. Let me get you this. This is the.
What's up?
Oh, Joe was looking for you.
Yeah, well, you did. Shit, I was about to get somebody to take that where you was at. So, oh, you should have been in the session though.
But you can see all the open cells.
Okay, good. What am I doing?
So you can.
Right, I need to get more.
You can pick your time with both of them. You can pick your time with. And then one of us will just be like, hey, Joe, your session with so-and-so is.
I just be going off of this like feeling.
The backwards are $2.
So we got some blue gas too. So it's 7-Eleven, 7-Eleven. They close them up. So look, right, you have to just got no shit.
Yes, so.
Yeah, I stand this shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm gonna do 2 hours.
Okay, so you put 2 hours, and then you can pick who 2 hours with.
Oh, this is devil.
Huh?
That one my boy at, That's what I'm talking about, right? Yes, I know. Yeah, but yeah. But Calvin likes it on the work too. I'm gonna book some time with her back. Awesome, where everyone wants to come back and invest.
Yes.
I appreciate it.
To the workshop room?
Yeah.
Oh,
Nah,
yeah.
I'm basically being finished up.
Awesome.
So you got I don't know how to work this shit.
So, okay, who do you want to move first? Okay, so you pick first. Right.
Okay, that's.
So it's like you out, so you move here. So you want a 12 a.m.?
Show me doing that. Oh, that's. Okay, that shut up and do it. Okay.
So 12 to 2.
You gotta tell me that sometimes too. Like, am I AD?
You're gonna put protein, da-da-da-da.
But I can't drink during the when we're not permitted to do that. How long is that gonna be?
The session or?
No.
What's that, like here?
Right. I mean, it's important shit, and I like it, but I don't want to drink during that because I don't have like an outburst. I don't want to talk. I don't want to, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I said,
Well, he hit the point.
he said he's like finishing up the last few remarks today, so.
So it's okay, that's, but it's just gonna be us, though, too, like, since,
Bruce want to get a drink ticket. They're like, what, 8 or how much is the, yeah, no problem. Yeah. Well, we don't have that, nothing, no news on your end about that? Okay, we will just.
I would assume since they were ventures that they would be.
Okay, yeah, absolutely.
So then you get back.
So is it, just
Is there anybody in there that's serving the drinks or not even?
I can, place on.
yes, so like it's, they purchased their pass, or they got a activation, no cash. You should be only receiving tickets. That's what I thought. Only receiving tickets. And maybe tip, but only tickets.
Okay. Now I have to do that shit again, huh?
Or no, I think after you like do it once, you just have to like.
I call this little ass boy blessed.
So I see that. That feels so good.
So boom, I'm doing that from 12 to 2, and then what the fuck am I gonna be doing until the end?
There's a bonfire happening outside. You go eat. We're about to do closing remarks.
So just join in to the festivities.
Just vibe. Everybody's
Just vibe. Yeah, I mean, but look, right, I'm trying to understand this, you know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, so there's things going on.
I just wanna do some music too, so.
And we have a writing playlist, so if you just wanna like, just write to the beats, that's been.
Yeah, I mean, shit. But I want to do something like, yeah, I'm just about to bring this out for music. I'm just about to, let's do this shit. That's what we here for, the motherfucking music, right? But to network and get the vibe, but I just want to like pump that shit out. Man, I'm ready to go right now. I told everybody from the outside where to leave me fucking alone too. Until Sunday. Okay. But I need to create another, I need to create another, appointment. So I'll be able to-
Okay, no, this, you can scan this again.
Oh, I scanned it. No, that's what I can understand. You, so I know they overloaded you too. I really got to overload it. Oh, man.
Okay, so.
Okay, and
You know where we'll be at, a little back there. Wait. Then you said where?
Calvin's not being tomorrow night.
So let's go.
So tonight is just. You guys say?
No, what's that?
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
No, you're talking.
So go to. Hey, look up to 9 in the morning. Oh, I'm not early.
I had basic vaccinations.
Shit, but that's dope. Maybe that make me good. Oh, you told me 9:30 that.
Yeah, Jude, did you get shit stock again?
I did. I got all this shit right. Nah, I can just bad, right? That's all I can do. I can just bad.
Yeah.
Right. It's a fire starter.
You twisted fire starter.
Fire starter.
Alright, so we need, I guess.
Already needs to.
Yeah, she don't got
You,
Okay.
I hope we ain't going but
What's that?
You can get a book. You can eat it in a box. The box.
Did we get the, for the party, let's get the bonfire? Yeah, that's the only one, like, the speakers are in here. The speakers are in here. Hey, you know what, you're about me, and they're I know it takes us to go design. Yeah, but they're not out. I need to go to some.
No, I was saying like, before this, firewood.
What's that? Also. Where are we?
He asked me some great questions. I'm actually about to finish a song but I'll wait for your top 5. I can't really like this. I can't hear it. But yo, that's so how I feel. Your face.
So you are going back here. Okay. Have you toured the house? No, I didn't. Oh, yeah, look at the Okay.
So whenever you do this, yeah.
Give me a
And we got one person back. That's what I like to see, man. It may just be me and you, Jaden, right?
Yeah.
It may just be me and you, Jaden. We may finish this thing out. So I hope y'all been learning so much about this space, man. Like I said, it definitely can be something that's that can be beneficial to you if you just take the little pieces. I know people who are making, like I said, 6 figures in this space, and I know some people who are just making enough. It may not be a lot. It's some, you know. I'm one of those ones where it's like it's decent. It's decent enough for me to say, okay, this is something that I can do anytime I release music. I can see something that come back, and I think right there is a blessing right there. Every time I release, I can see a profit, regardless of however that profit looks. If I'm able to pay my rent for the month from this, I'm winning. A lot of people can't say that. Even if it's like, oh, I made $1,200, I made $1,500. Are you enough to pay your rent? Are you enough? Like I was able to. I know a creator who was like, and you're gonna hear me say this when we get to this portion, but I know a creator who was like, man, like I'm making some stuff, but like not enough.
Most folks know. I was gonna say if either if you want, like with your closing remarks, if you wanted to do it outside, but I could tell some people bring them back in and stuff.
Yeah, bring them back in. I'm gonna finish. I got one more part.
Okay.
The last part, and then I'm basically done.
Okay.
Yeah, I know a guy. He's like, oh, I wasn't able to really see it. Bro, like I'm making millions of dollars. I'm like, okay, what was you able to make? He was just like, man, I just like pay my rent. I'm like, then you won. Did you have to work this month? This month? No. You won. It's how you train your mindset with it. I always tell people to get in that space. Yes, it may not be a sexy thing to do. It's not, you know what I'm saying, a go-to thing to do. But if you're able to see some growth from it, bro, like I'm gonna be honest with you, I made enough where I was just like, holy shit, wait, what? And I made some that I was like, are you serious? Yeah. But it was still something. And I've been grateful throughout that process. And it's always going to vary. That's why I say there's been time frames in this space that is constantly changing because it's evolving. I and me, who's been doing it for a while, I pitched it like, yeah, no one. I'm like, wait, what? I thought I already forgot what's going on. Damn, I didn't know that y'all need this now. Let me go back to the drawing board. That's something that's recurring. It happens a lot when you're in this space. But if you want to learn and grow from where you are at, then you're going to keep seeing yourself keep winning. And that's currently where I'm at right now. Like I'm actively pitching. I'm actively collaborating. I'm actively, building with companies. And some of them are working well. Some of them aren't.
Yeah.
It's just the game that you play. But as long as you understand who you are as an artist, as a creator, you'll be fine, man.
So were you like, what was it? Starting out, I guess. How were you coming across these? Collaboration, I guess.
Yeah, collaboration was what started for me, man. Like, I didn't know anything about this.
Yeah.
Everything I'm telling you guys, 2017, it was not even on my mind. The moment I saw myself on MTV, I said, wait, what the? I'm that person where it's like, when they say obsessive with things, that's who they were talking. I'm that person. So when that happened, I became so obsessed with this space. You was not going to not teach me. Like, how much you charge an hour? I'm going to go work a job and go pay because I want to learn this. How did this happen? When I got my record on MTV Ghosted myself, that was huge for me because I was able to experience it with my family, my mom, my brothers, everybody watching. You see my name come across the screen, I'm like, and they look at me like, you're famous! Ah! And I'm like, I'm not famous. But this is a cool thing to happen, right? This is cool. And I kept seeing it, man. So I just think ultimately, you just got to figure out how it's going to work for you, man. Just make it work because it is one of those things where you can't be lazy.
Yeah.
You can't be lazy, man. You have to do the work. And once you're doing the work, you realize like it's one of those things that it can help you. Like I said, you can hear me say, I'm gonna repeat it again. When we want to get back in here, hopefully we get to go back. But you're gonna hear me say like 2023 last year, 2023, 2022, within those years, it was the first time for me where everything I spent on music, I made back.
all the shows, all the beats, all the outfits, all the studio time, all the cover arts, the web design, marketing. Because I started getting placements, all the money that I put out, I made it back. I wasn't in the red anymore.
Okay.
And I think as a creative, that's what we want to be. It does become a challenge if you're like, I'm spending so much money, I'm not seeing anything. Of course, you're going to get depressed. Of course, you're going to be like, man, I don't know if I want to do it. I fell in those same spaces. I was in that same rut. I was in that same, I was having those same conversations with friends, family members, my girl. I'm like, man, but for me, I had little kids running around.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at my daughter, I'm looking at my son, they're like, yeah, what's up, Dad? I'm like, oh shit, like I can't fail. So I have to figure out another space. And it took me years to get to where I'm at right now. You said you was 25, right? Yeah. I got my first placement when I was 2018. No, 2017. I was 24. I got my first placement by myself when I was 25. I'm 31 right now, so that's 6 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
But I still remember the feeling. Like I was just telling him, that was the placement I saw when I saw my name go across the TV. I was like, oh shit, what the fuck? And it showed me like, yo, you're not famous, but you can be comfortable. Which I think a lot of things that as creators we forget. It's like, yo, we want to be able to take care of ourselves and our family. I want to talk to you too. Yes. Because I've been looking for you this whole time. They say you was outside rapping.
I was rapping.
Yes. I was looking for what you made earlier. You know when you, because look, let me talk to you. Come to my office.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, come to my office.
I did
Did Tom come and say something about you coming outside?
He said he was trying to see if I did some closing remarks, but I gave everyone a break before I got into my third part, and I thought I shouldn't have given them that break. It's like, maybe they thought the break was like,
Everybody said your workshop was really good.
yeah, but I'm not done. I want to finish strong. I feel like I was able to teach them about it, but I was also able to show them the music. But now it's like, how do you pitch it? That's kind of where I'm at right now. So I wanted them to come at, it's like 10 slides, and then I'm out. So if I can get them to come at least for like 10 minutes, they can go back to what they're doing, I'm fine. We got 2 people out there. They be fine, but with you.
I'll grab them.
So look, you remember what you did.
I thought it would be good. Flow.
What's up, guy? My name's Jug, y'all. What's happening, niggas? What's your name?
Jaden.
Jaden, I'm Jug. What's up? What you do, bro?
And you want to
Yeah,
this is the type of music.
What's up, man? What you doing? What you do? What we doing then? We rapping or what? I got a studio session at like 12.
I got one at 9.
You got one at 9?
Yeah, but I think we going to the bonfire, so it might get pushed back.
Bro, let's record, bro. Let's record. And I'm gonna crash your session, crash mine. Fuck it.
Alright, fuck it.
So you one of the attendees? You want to be?
Yeah.
Yeah, man, y'all collaborate, man.
Yeah, that's why I just listen though, bro. Like, I'm just here to listen and learn, bro. Like, but you wanna know what's so crazy, bro?
Yeah.
I really did that shit and didn't know what I was doing.
For real?
Yeah, I done wrote shit for Floyd Mayweather and all of them. Like, no bullshit, no Samuel Witherspoon from what the fuck did he steal my dude though? And Samuel Witherspoon though, he put me on Big Fish Entertainment. Bam, they got like the TV show to Bravo on. But I just met him on. That's another story for you. But he was like, "Yo, that shit. That what do you call it? The brief thing that you
Yeah, brief, sick brief.
That he's like, yo, do one for Floyd. I still got the song. He like, dude, because Floyd Mayweather was doing like his record label at the time. But then all that killing, they died and all that shit happened.
Some of them are in
Sessions?
radio sessions as well.
That's fine. Whoever's gonna come can come out and finish up, and whoever's is busy is fine.
I tried.
No, you good. So is it?
What's your name, gang?
Astro.
Is
Astro.
Is they all out of commission? Where's Leona?
Let's do
What's
it.
your
I
name?
am. I'm trying to locate them.
You said
I
what?
know some
Jug
of them are
Money
in
Jones.
sessions.
Jug Money Jones.
Yeah, I got Paulie on
Jug
the
Money
phone. I got
Yeah,
Paulie
see, you
on
can
the
market
phone.
yourself. If not, then
And I got a session tonight
Okay,
at
some of them
12.
were like, oh, I
Yeah.
thought he was coming outside.
Yeah,
I tried to tell
quarter,
him
so
to Timber Slides.
y'all niggas wanna rock out. It is what it is.
Okay,
Like,
yeah, I got like
Yeah. That's
If
the
I can get my gas money, I'll pay.
What you need, some smoke?
Yes,
listening to
bro.
it.
Oh, you need some weed?
Yes, bro.
I got you.
No, bro. They told me it was
I got
coming.
in the strong ones.
But,
I promise.
It's free. I got
Okay,
it.
so are you
Bullshit.
saying
What
like
am I
you're ready, or do you want
I'm just, well, maybe I should save it for the school session. I got shrooms too. Yeah, I got
Hold on,
I
What
don't
you
do
talking?
shrooms, bro.
Do you fuck with the shrooms? Yeah, I'm gonna show you what they look like.
Nah, I don't do shrooms, bro.
Are we on camera? I don't
I don't do shrooms, bro.
Bro,
hold the shroom.
hold on. Why?
What is this?
Cause the first time I did them, bro.
Okay.
It was a bad thing. It was a bad treat. Probably did too much.
Nah, bro. The nigga left me. It was my first time.
That's his
Check it
fault.
out.
See, the thing
So,
is, I be telling people it's because he do it around the wrong people. If he did that shit with the right people, he would have had a great time.
Yo, and I ain't gonna lie though, bro, because the first time I did it was with my cousin. And I'm like, man, I trust my cousin. He ain't no crackhead shit. I ain't never did no shrooms before. I'm like, I know he ain't no crackhead shit. But look at these shits though. That's no shrooms. But I'm like, yo. So I'm like, bet. Yeah, I got this shit lit. So it's like, you don't need like a 0.5, like a 0.1. Ah, shit, you gonna be high as fuck.
Nah, bro.
Yeah, don't do it, bro. If you know that you can, I would be cool. Just smoke the weed. I got some good weed for you, though.
As long as
We'll
you try,
talk about
if you
it later.
try
We'll
it
talk about
before
it
and then
We'll talk about it later.
yeah.
I wouldn't, though, bro. Like, hell no. You know how you got. That's like certain girls I give it. They're like, bro, I can't smoke. I trip.
Yeah.
I'm not about to let that. Fuck no.
Like certain people
Don't
get
smoke.
smoke, bro. It's all good.
If you know that's not the vibe, that is not your vibe. Don't do it.
All right. Say no.
Yeah. So that's real what you said though, because if I had a bad trip my first time, I wouldn't have did it. But I just had like
See, that's what I'm doing.
such a happy, good. It was this shit, and then the girls was like,
What, smoking or edibles?
"Fuck no, shrooms."
Oh, shrooms.
That's what I'm doing. Yeah, that's a whole different game.
I don't even, bro. Like, I'm not even no big
like-
weed smoker. Like I ain't none of
Yeah.
that. I don't.
This is
That's
natural.
what I mean, bro.
It's a different ball game at the end of the day.
Because I used to like X though, but I'm like, man, now they putting all that bullshit and ecstasy and shit. I'm like, you can't even enjoy your high, you might die. Like, so it's like, fuck X. So I'm like, damn, and I don't like how I feel when you come down. So I'm like, shrooms is like, you don't have no bad come down. You see me yawning, I'm just like, I'm chilling. I could eat. You could fuck. You gotta get a bitch. Yo, that'll bring you back. Get you a bitch. Oh man, get you a girl. You gonna fuck for like 3, 4, 5 hours, bro. Like,
Damn.
that's what. And
Nah,
then
for
the
sure, bro.
music vibe. See how much I'm talking? What? They play a beat.
You ready?
Like I want to go record. Like I mean, I'm cool, but I know this part of you got network, which is cool. I ain't know. I'm just like I look at this shit like a sport.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
It's fun,
saying?
bro.
Like I look at it
Oh
like
my
but it's
God,
fun
man.
though. Like this is my shit. It's just fun to me.
Yo, I've been noticing that shit recently, bro. I've been
Sport.
like when I rap, like it's like, or when I like make beats or something, it's like I'm locking in.
You got to fuck them niggas up because they gonna try to get you.
Like right,
Oh,
bro,
like everybody been trying to get me on them songs. Oh,
Like
they
I'm
bitch
a die
ass.
this shit,
Uh-huh.
ass, bro. Like that's what I be thinking, bro. Like every time I go in there, bro, I'm
You
like,
gotta
die
kill
if
'em.
this shit ain't like
You
great.
gotta
Like,
kill 'em.
what the fuck? So everything, bro.
Even if it's effortlessly, because look, right, if you just naturally talented like a motherfucker,
I'm gonna finish.
like you just do it.
All right, so y'all, we're gonna finish up. We're gonna finish up because like we got some people who are a little bit busy, so I ain't gonna take y'all too much of y'all time up. So we talked about how to basically understand what sync licensing was, right? The first step. The second step was crafting the perfect song. I had Tim come here and talk from a producer standpoint. I broke down songwriting standpoint from a briefs, right? And I know you just came in, so in general, like I was saying before, St. Licensing is just literally when you use your music for visual media. We're using music for visual media, so that's film, television, video game. We basically went through each step on how to basically get started and how to make sure your sound sounds the way that it's supposed to sound. Now we're in that space where we're like, I'm ready, my songs are ready, who the fuck do I send it to? Right. That's where we at right now, right? We're gonna talk about how to pitch your music. So first thing first, who normally when we are pitching our music, we're pitching our music to music supervisors, music libraries, direct to brands. So when I'm talking about music supervisors are basically the key decision makers for TV and film and video game placements. They're normally at the head. They're working hand in hand with the filming companies to basically pick the music for those shows, and they're sending it to those music editors, right? Music libraries are basically like the middleman, right? They collect a bunch of songs and then they go to the music supervisor and say, hey, look, I got these records, see if they work. And you have direct brands. Direct brands is basically if you're going directly to a Nike, if you're going directly to a eBay. But I like to say if you're going directly to an influencer, right? A lot of people don't understand influencers are brands. So if you see a company, you see a person who has 20 million followers on Spotify, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. A lot of them are doing what? They're creating original content. And a lot of them need music for those content. Because a lot of them aren't musicians. You know what I'm saying? You go to them and say, hey, you know what I'm saying? This record that sounds perfect for the stuff that you're doing, whether it's sketch comedy, whether it's R&B type of stuff that you're doing. There's so many different lanes and brands you can work with.
Pitch it to them.
You pitch directly to them. So you're going to email them. You can slide in the DMs, but I'm always going to pick the professional route for sending it to their emails. But DMs will work as well if you're basically crafting your message the right way. All right. So how do you find, but for particularly for what we're talking about right now, I'm talking about the music supervisors because they're the key decision makers. Normally, they're the person at the top who's going to say, yeah, this is what we need. How do I go about finding music supervisors? How can you guys go about finding music supervisors? So you can utilize platforms like IMDb, right? So IMDb is basically the internet movie database. It is an online database of information related to film, television, series, podcasts. You can use IMDb to look up projects and music supervisors. So you can literally just Google IMDb. But you hear when I say projects, right? So let's say, for instance, a television show you like. You're going to search that show up on IMDb. We're going to go through the process to find music supervisor. I'm going to show you guys how you do it. So let's say your favorite show is Insecure. A lot of us here are Insecure, right? Girls watch it. We probably haven't watched it. It's one of those things that we like, oh, damn, you know what I'm saying? It's a good show. If I was a fan of Insecure, how would I go about finding the music supervisor for Insecure? Okay, cool. We on IMDb. I searched Insecure. I see Insecure. They've been doing television shows from they've been doing their series from 2016 to 2021. Now, I want y'all to pay attention to those dates because it's going to be super important. Let's say, for instance, you like, yo, my songs can work on the Wayans Brothers, 101, Martin. Look at what you're seeing. Are those shows still around? Mm-hmm. Even though your music can work with them, these are shows that are older. It's so important to understand the dates on shows because when you're pitching to people, you don't want to say, hey, supervisor, I know that you worked on this show before I think my music worked. They're like, yeah, I didn't work on that show in almost 30 years. You haven't done your research. You don't know what I'm working on now. You're going to shoot yourself in the foot. So understanding the dates is important. It's also important when you're looking for the supervisor because on IMDb, let's say, for instance, you're working with a show like Walking Dead, right? How many seasons do you think they got?
Like 14 million.
A lot, right? Do you understand each season has different supervisors? So how the fuck do you know you're trying to get in contact with supervisor one? And you're like, yo, I haven't worked on this show in almost 80 years. You looking for this person. That's the new supervisor. So I always tell creatives, when you're looking for supervisors, I always say start with the ones that only have one season because typically where it's one season, it's only one supervisor. You have to jump through no hurdles and loops. Because if you go with somebody who's already in 10 or 12 seasons, for the most part, they're already settled in with the music that they need. They ain't really working with you. They already know who they're working with. But if you work with someone who's just starting off, like, okay, first season, you know what I'm saying, first series, I know exactly that it's easier for you to basically get on their radar, right? So you want to look at that. But let's say, for instance, I'm looking for Insecure, right? I look at IMDb. You can go to this section that says all cast and crew. Scroll down, you're going to click on all cast and crew. Once you click on all cast and crew, you're going to scroll down till you see the music department. And you're going to see music supervisor. So now I see this person named Kira Lehman is a music supervisor for Insecure. I need to get in contact with him. How do I find his information? How can I message him? There's a way that you're going to go about messaging that person.
It's called music. When you scroll down,
you're going to see the music department.
Okay.
So you're going to scroll down. You're going to see the music department.
Okay.
Now, if you're going to see a show that has 10 or 12 seasons, it's going to take you a fucking while to get to the music department because there's so many different parts into a show that we don't understand. Sometimes on one show, you can have at least 1,000 people working on that one show. One show. So many different bodies. So when you're on IMDb, you will see me scrolling like, what the hell? I'm not on the music department yet. God damn. It's because look, damn, they're in season 10. There's so many different people. The hairstylist, whoever was the director of photography, the whoever was the music coordinator. It's a different genre. So many different fields. So you want to make sure that I always would say just look for those shows that have one season. If you're particularly talking about TV shows, then of course you're going to get this particularly for TV shows. All right, just scroll down. Boom, we found that the supervisor is Kira Lehman. All right, the next step is going to be how do I get in contact with Kira Lehman? He's a supervisor. He makes my moves. He can get my records right now. How do I find this information? You're going to find his information by you can use Google or you can use IMDb Plus. So IMDb basically has access where you're able to get their contact info. You see it right there, it says contact info? But of course, now you're saying IMDb Plus, that's not like I have to pay money. You do. You have to invest into a monthly subscription. So if you decide if it's something that's within your budget, like I can afford $15, I can afford $10 a month. Do your thing. You're able to click on contact info. Now you have to email their website, whatever else, to get in contact with them. Let's say you say, I'm having hard times. I can't pay that right now. Cool. I've been there. How else have we found it? Google. We're going to Google the hell out of this shit. But when we're Googling, we have to do the research. We have to also be diligent. So let's say you use Google to locate their website. Okay, let's go to their website. Damn, Google don't have a website. What do everybody have? Instagram. Let me go on Instagram. Damn, I don't got Instagram. You're going to keep going in this rabbit hole until you find their information. You're going to keep basically going until you're able to get connected to them. It's going to vary from people. I'm going to say this right now. There's some music supervisors, niggas are not online. They don't have no website. They don't have no Instagram. They don't have no TikTok. They have a phone. And y'all know how hard it is to get somebody's phone number. When you run across supervisors like that, you move on to the next show. Okay? Don't look at like, damn, I really feel like my song worked for this show. I thought the music supervisor, I don't have any contact information. I'm done. Let's find the next show. Because it's possible to find the supervisor's information. But if you do have access to funds that you can put towards a monthly subscription, you can pay for IMDb Plus, and now you're able to get their information directly from IMDb. You don't have to go through the searching process. But if you don't, you're gonna have to go through Google. When I started, I was on Google for hours looking for one person. I'm like, God damn, I'm on the 9th page or what? Looking because they didn't have no social media. I found this person is not online.
What do you do?
You move on.
You just move on.
You move on. If you know or you can take it another route. I will say this. Now this is like a secondary. So let's say for instance, now this may be a little extra. Let's say you like, damn, I can't find this nigga name. I can't find him anywhere. How do I get in contact with him? Fuck, I'm gonna type the last name. Oh, damn, I see he got a cousin. Let me go reach out to your cousin. You know what I'm saying? You can take that route, but I will always say you need to be directed to them because 9 times out of 10, it does look more professional when you're talking to them. But if you just like, yo, this show, I'm always gonna be an advocate for a shoot your shot, but just be strategic with how you're doing it.
Be mindful.
Be very mindful. Correct. You're right.
I got a question. Could you like the company they like produce for like contact them, and then like.
Let me ask you that question. I know where you're
You feel
going.
me?
Let's say you sell drugs, right? I want to get to from a different standpoint. Let's say you sell drugs, and let's say you are plugged and you working with a person. Do you think it's a smart way for you to go directly to the plug and say, "Hey, bro, I got this," or would you have to work with the middleman? The plug don't have no relationship with you. You don't know you. You can be the feds. You can be somebody who's trying to jab them. It's not gonna make sense for you to automatically go directly to them because 9 times out of 10, they're so tight knit that when they are working with records, they have certain sources that they go to. You as an artist don't have any leverage to go to them and say, "Hey, my name is such work with me." You're like, "Wait, what? I work with him. He funds my music." So I'm always gonna say. That's why you hear me say. I said when I talked about. I said music supervisors, music libraries, direct to brands. If you're not following that standpoint, you're gonna shoot yourself in the foot. So if you follow that every single time. So let's say, you go through, you find your show, you go through, you find your supervisor. Now you found their information, but now we have to craft the perfect pitch. First thing first is going to be, what do they need? You hear me say this in the very beginning. This is not about you as an artist. Take yourself out of it. You're providing a service. This is not about you being the dopest rapper. It's not about you being the dopest singer. It's not about you being the dopest producer. It's about you being a servant. Am I able to give you what you need? That's all they care about. You know how many emails they get when they say, "Hey, I'm the greatest rapper from this place. Listen to my music." Thousands. You think they listen to them? No. Because it's a fast-paced game. They only care about what they need. So when you understand their needs, you're going to basically put yourself always in the forefront every single time. Research the project that they're working on, understand their needs, and ensure that you're aligned with the right direction. You guys hear me say this on part 2. When you're researching that project, let's say for instance, you like, okay, this project right here, not only does I see that they're playing hip hop, pop, R&B, or whatever genre that you're in, I see that the season just started. I see a lot of the scenes that my music to work in. Oh, they had that one song that sounded like this, my record sounded like that. You've done your research, and now when you're crafting your pitch, not only are you showing the supervisor that you're paying attention to what they're doing, because us as humans, we love to toot our own horns. Oh, they're watching my shows. They're listening to the music I place, and they're saying it's good. You have to sweeten whatever you're saying to them, because at the end of the day, you're not the only person who's pitching to them. So stand out. Hey, I watched this show. I saw how you added that song in this one particular part, and you explained what the part was. You explained what the show was. You explained what it made you feel emotionally. You go the extra mile. I'm not even lying to you. I know a person right now who's killing this space. I'm gonna tell you what they did. I'm not telling y'all to do it, but this guy was trying to get in contact with the music supervisor. He somehow found out where the music supervisor was working. I don't know how. This dude, when he was pitching to them, he also sent her coffee. So now she's coming to work. She's like, "Oh, I got a free coffee." Wait, what? So when she was looking at her email, oh, that's the person who on that note who sent me coffee. Just because it was thoughtful to give me coffee, I'm gonna listen to their record. It'd be the little stuff, something I'm gonna think about. $3 for a coffee. This dude made $10,000.
It's just that extra mile.
It's the work that people don't be wanting to do. I ain't about to send her no coffee. What? Man, get her.
Human connection go a long way.
Huge way. That's why you can't hear me say collaboration networking. A lot of the time frames in this space, what I've seen is when they feel a connection with you, when they know that you understand their needs, it's a human connection. It's not just all about transactions. Oh, no, I rock with her. I rock with him. I'm always gonna see you work. I'm always gonna see you Bruce. Because you understand this game, and on top of that, you're just a good person. Sometimes it just falls down to, are you a good person? You don't be all the fluff. It'd be like, are you a good person? Can I have a conversation with you? Do you have what I need? But you've already done your research, so you know exactly what they need because you know exactly what they're working on. Because what did you do? You researched it. You looked at their website. You looked at their social media accounts. You've seen exactly what they were currently working on. I love when I see so a lot of us, we're in the binge culture, right? So we want our shows right now. We want all 12 episodes, 10 episodes. Some platforms don't do that. What they do, they drop an episode a week, episode every 2 weeks. I love that type of shit, you know, because a lot of the time frames with those companies, they're still in post-production. While you may think they're done with episode 8, 9, and 10, they're not. They're done with episode 1 through 5, possibly. But because they're dropping their episodes once every 2 weeks, they give them enough time to work on their records and work on their content in post production. Now, because I know they have more time to work on their records and their content in post production, they also have more time to add records to those portions of the song to the content. So now when I'm pitching, hey, I'm sitting on the songs. I know you just dropped episode 1, 2, or 3. Let's see if this can work for episode 5, 6, 7. Like, you know what? Actually, we did need something for episode 10. So, but because you researched and you saw that they were dropping records in that time frame, you knew. You didn't message them and say, hey, look, I know that you have this project that you was working on, back in the 1990s. They're like, wait, what? It's about doing the little things. Did I research this person enough to know exactly what they're currently working on and what they currently need? I did. Okay, now it's time for me to start talking to them.
I'm trying to be a music supervisor.
I know we talked about that. You're gonna definitely become
I'm watching
more.
it at the top.
All right, so now it's time to start crafting the pitch, right? So, want to make sure personalization is huge. You want to tailor your pitch to the specific project or supervisor. We've already done it because we know exactly what they need. We research them, right? We know what they need. I can tailor my pitch the right way. Keep it brief but impactful. Highlight what makes your music unique, right? That's huge. That's really, really huge. What makes your music unique? I always like to lead with this. Let's say, for instance, you already researched this music supervisor. You already know they like to receive emails. But for some strange reason, they want a song that's unique. You happen to rap and play the ukulele. Does that make you unique? I think it does. Because who else does that, right?
I don't really when he raps and plays ukulele.
Correct. So now I'm already ahead of the curve because nobody's playing on ukulele and rapping.
That's the vibe. Somebody might be in somewhere.
So now when you're going to this person, you're standing out, right? Because that's what makes you unique. Another thing I like to say is showcase your strength. Lead with your best work or relative placements. I always do that. Anytime I pitch, I let them know I'm already in this space. I've worked with these amount of brands because now they're looking at me, they're like, he's trustworthy. He gets it. If you're able to work with the NFL or the NBA, you've been able to work with MTV. Okay, he already gets it. This is going to be an easier transaction than me working with somebody that don't know. But it don't mean that starting in the beginning is going to harm you because lead with your best. Let's say you just know this is your best song. And when I mean by best song, we're talking about the same thing we talked about part 1, part 2. It's mixed professionally. It's mastered professionally. You know that the record itself is together. You know that it's some of your best work. It's not something that you recorded on your phone. It's not something that you recorded in some ran down studio. You actually invest into it and it's perfect. Okay, now let's start setting this record up. You lead with your best every single time.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So you said to talk about your strengths, talk about who you work with. Do you think that there's a line where you could oversell?
There's always going to be that, but I would say at the end of the day, we're adults, we understand. If I'm going to message somebody, that's why you hear me say keep it brief. If I work with 30 different artists, I'm not going to say, let me list every 30 artists.
Right.
I work with a lot of brands. I'm not listing a lot of brands. I may list 2 or 3 of them. Because it's still, to me, I look at this as an elevator pitch, right? So how can I get my point across straight to the point? Because I'm not the only person who's trying to email them.
Yeah.
Right? So my email itself is concise, it's together, but it also shows them that, 1, I did research, I'm highlighting my strengths, it's straight to the point. I know you guys need this, I got it, I work with yada, yada, yada. This is the research. I'm here. And I move on to the next. If I get an email, we go from there. We're gonna talk about follow-up. The last thing is gonna be professionalism. You hear me talk about sending DMs. Now, I'm gonna be honest with you. I've never got a placement by DMing somebody through Instagram, through Snapchat, through TikTok. But I'm not saying that's not gonna work for you because social media is so much huge and it's a part of our day-to-day. I do know some creators who have been able to directly DM supervisors and get a response. But I would say don't stop there. If you know for a fact you see an email, always start with that email first. If you're able to see a website and a submission page, that'd be better because then they have their guidelines and their submission things that they need is actually in the actual brief, and you're going to submit it from there. But if you feel like this is the only way to get in contact with them, shoot your shot. Shoot it. You never know. Okay? All right, so Next thing is going to be do's and don'ts. Y'all hear me talk a little bit about that in the part 2. This is going to elaborate on that. So, best practices for submitting your music. Follow submission guidelines. Number 1. If you know specifically they say they want an MP3 or they want a WAV, send them what they want. If they tell you, hey, we don't want no MP3 or WAV, we want links, send them what they want. Follow whatever submission guidelines that they have. Because like I said, you're in the business of providing service. You're taking yourself out of it. Right? Number 1. Number 2, include metadata. That means artist name, PRO information, your BMI, your ASCAP, right? CSAC, contact info, huge, etc. Now, contact info can be your email address. You're emailing them already, but make sure your email address is in the metadata as well as your collaborators' email address. Man, that gets so many people. If you know for a fact you didn't produce this beat, but your homie produced it, you need his information in the metadata. It's not just your song. It's his song as well. You need his information because 9 times out of 10, he has to also sign something. His information, right? His PR information.
Because they all have ownership of the song, they all have to sign off on it.
Yes.
Permission to use.
Yes, it's not just your song. That's why I said for my 100% is if you know you're the only person who produced it, who wrote it, who mixed it, who mastered it, you're good. Let's send it off. We're good. But if you have collaborators, you know, he plays some drums, she plays some keys. This is everyone's project. Whatever percentage that you guys agreed on the split sheet, you know, you make sure you take care of that. But as far as whenever you're putting your metadata in, you want to make sure everybody is privy to it, right? Sending high quality audio files. Y'all hear me say that so much already tonight. But what y'all didn't hear me say was your streaming link. I don't know how many time frames I've seen this. Every brand I work with, I don't care if it's somebody as massive as NBA or somebody as small as a YouTube podcaster. People do not want your MP3s. They do not want your waves. You know why? That shit is cluttered. If you send over a gigantic MP3 file or your wave file, it takes them so long to download it. Yo, you just added more space to that. It's almost like you want to make sure that you're taking the stress off of them. It's easy, straight to the point, streamline process. So whenever you get that link, they can click, listen to it, decide if they want to use it, and not move to the next. But if you're like, hey, listen to my song, you send them over something like to MP3, download it. Now I got Wi-Fi.
They got what's the streamline?
So streamline is making sure like this is a fast process. But as far as the streaming link, you're gonna just make sure you use a streaming link where you're sending it to them. So you can utilize stuff like Disco, Real Crafter, Dropbox. I'm always going to prefer Disco or Real Crafter, and I'm going to explain that why. But you're going to make sure you provide alternate versions. So if you know that this is a song that you have, you like hands dirty, let's provide a clean version. Let's make sure we have an instrumental version. Y'all hear Tim over there talking earlier. He said, well, he had to provide stems. That's another factor. It's going to always vary to who we're talking to. If you're talking to a company, they say, hey, we want to make sure we have 30 seconds of the song. I'm working with a company right now, they say 30 seconds, 60 seconds, 90 seconds of one song. And then that also, there is a different variation of that 30, 60, 90, because then it said reduce mix. What does that mean? Well, we need 30, 60, 90 of the full song, but we need 30, 60, 90 of just no instruments. 30, 60, 90 of no drums. 30, 60, 90 of no melody. 30, 60, 90 of. You see how we start, and this is for one song. It's been one time for not sitting over 96 tracks for one song. Because they wanted so many variations from it. When I got placed, I was like, God damn, thank you for that. But it took me weeks to get it together. Luckily, this particular opportunity wasn't no crazy turnaround. They took the time. I said, okay, cool. Because it's going to take me a while because I didn't have this. But I took my time all day to get it. So make sure you send alternative versions if they're in the submission guidelines. If they're not asking for that, they're saying, hey, we just need the beat and we need the lyrics and we need the clean. Cool. I love when I get filled because I can easily submit it. When they say, I want all this, I'm like, okay, I'm not going to go ahead. I'm going to block some hours off because I know it's going to take some time if I don't have it. All right. Like I said, preferred method is going to be Real Crafter or Disco. The reason why I love Disco is because you're able to just have everything in one. I'm able to put my metadata into it. I'm able to put my collaborators' information into it. I'm able to put my lyrics into it all in one song. So when I see that link, they click and I say, damn, I see the lyrics, I see the collaborators, I see this. Okay, cool, perfect. Disco, you have to pay for it though. So when we talk about investing into our craft, Real Crafter is going to probably outbeat Disco only because Real Crafter treats this shit almost like a website. So if you're familiar with Wix or, those platforms that have websites, Red Cross is like that with sync, as well as just if you're just trying to build out a platform, they take Disco and kind of like take it up a notch. So I would probably say just look at those two platforms where you're sending records. Dropbox can work too. Like I was just telling, I forgot the gentleman's name, but I was telling him I had a company say they wanted to SoundCloud me. I'm like, wait, what? We'll get his record on SoundCloud quick. So it's always gonna go back to submission guidelines. Don't submit unsolicited music without context, right? Don't send over MP3s or waves via email. Y'all hear me say that. If you go, and this is happening, Carolina, if you're searching up people's information, you like, damn, they say they don't want any music. But I see the email. I don't really send that shit anyway. Don't do that. They just literally said don't send any music. What you have to realize a lot of the time for those supervisors, they're running in packs. So they're all kind of working with each other. So if they know that you're a creator, like, oh yeah, this person just constantly just kept bombarding you with messages and emails and didn't follow my submission guidelines. You think they're not telling their friends? You're hurting yourself in the process.
Yeah, word of crazy travels
quick. So don't send unsolicited music, don't send MP3s, don't bombard them with emails. The thing about that is like you have to realize these supervisors are working with some of the most biggest projects. So the stuff that we're seeing that's going to the box office and stuff that's going to theaters, they're working with these films.
So they're not going to hear the vision that I recorded on my MP3 at 3 p.m.
No.
Oh, they want the finished studio.
Yes, they wanted it. They want to be ready because when you're coming to them, you're a business at the end of the day. You're not coming half-assed. We're coming ready straight to the point.
Okay.
And when you're sending out to them, you're not sending like, let me send 20 emails out. You grab it the perfect pitch. You're gonna send it out one time. You're gonna let go, let go. We're gonna talk about how we follow up though. And what you just said, don't send unpolished tracks. If you know it's not ready, don't send it. I don't care if you're like, man, but my record sounds just like that Britney Spears song. Is it mixed? Is it ready? No. Well, you can't. That's not an opportunity for you. How about we go back to the drawing board, get your record together. Then, if an opportunity come across again, we pitch it. But this is where we talk about consistency and being prepared for that moment because now we know we're already ready. When the opportunity come across, we don't have to fiddle our thumbs. We're ready to send it off right here because we already done the work. Organization, y'all heard me talk about that in part 2. Just you can maintain a detailed log. So even when we're talking about maintaining a detailed folder of your pitching sounds that Tim was talking about, you can also maintain a detailed log of who you're pitching to, which is going to also help you in the long run. Following up. So how do we follow up? Me personally, I do every 3 to 6 months. If I send out to, let's say I send out to 15 supervisors in a month. If I don't get any response, because once again, these are really busy people. They're not just sitting at their computers all day just waiting for email. They're constantly in the industry work. If I don't get a response, I'm waiting 3 to 6 months. There's been time for me that I waited 12 months. I had supervisors send me straight up, hey, wow, this is a perfect song performance. This is really great. But I'm like, the rest of my 2022 or 2021 is booked up. Can you send that to me in 12 months? I'm like, wait, what? You know what I did in 12 months? I sent that. Got opportunity. So that's the best case scenario when they give you a time frame. But if you don't get a time frame, that's going to vary. If you want to do 3, you want to do 6 months, you want to do 8 months, 9 months. That's whatever you decide. But don't stop sending it because one person didn't respond. Let's move on to the next, right? All right. Type of contracts, and then we're gonna talk about payment too in a second too as well. So normally, right, you get Schedule A, you get a non-exclusive and exclusive contract, right? So a non-exclusive contract basically allows you to license the same music to multiple parties, offering greater flexibility and more opportunities for your placement. Exclusive contracts, it grant one party exclusive rights to your music, often in exchange for higher payouts or guaranteed placements, but limit your ability to license elsewhere. Key considerations: carefully evaluate the terms and potential impact on your music reach and revenue before signing any contracts. Now, this is really important when you're pitching. Let's say your pitch is perfect. They reach out to you and say, hey, you're the perfect person for this project. Let's start. Let's sign paperwork. Typically, you're going to get hit with one of these, right? It's typical. There's other forms of that, but that's the typical traditional way. In a nutshell, Non-exclusive allows you to take your one song. Let's say this is your favorite song. You just dropped this song, man. This shit hard. This shit ready. You take your song, you send it to them, and you say, I want non-exclusive. Now what you can do is, because you send it to that supervisor, that library, that record brand, you can take that same exact song and send it to somebody else. And another person continues to keep growing, right? All non-exclusive. However, when you're doing it from that standpoint, the payouts is normally a little bit smaller. Now exclusive. Let's say you like, hey, I'm really gonna work with Sony brand. Hey, I want y'all to work this record. They say, hey, that's exclusive, we want it. You send it to them. You can't send your record to nobody else. It's done. They want a portion of it. Now it's like no one else can use this song for some license. But the payout is normally a little bit bigger if they accept it. So it just depends on how you're comfortable with your songs. I've been in situations with producers, I work with people, and they're like, hey, I made a song to a beat, I got an opportunity, they're gonna pay us this. I said, they're like, yeah, that's my favorite beat, and I don't want that to be exclusive. Yeah, well, we can't do it. You have to understand if you're gonna be collaborating, or even if you're pitching it yourself, the moment that you send that record off, it's not. If you're going from an exclusive standpoint, right? But we as creators have to stop treating our music as our children. A lot of times, we're like, this is our babies. I don't want to let go. Like, I want to keep it in the tub. And I always tell people, like, yo, you tell me you can't make that again? You tell me right now, you only can make that song or that beat one time. That's what you tell me? And they normally say, no, I can do it again. Well, why are you holding on to it? Right? So it is something to think about when you're in that process. But it don't mean just jump on every exclusive opportunity either. Because I do have some records where I would never send them off for exclusive opportunities. Because they are super dear to me. But it don't mean I'm not also creating. So when they say, damn, I want a song like that, you're in luck. I have this. Oh, okay, perfect. Exclusive. You know what I'm saying? Because I have it. I'm not like, man, that's my favorite song. Got enough for you, bro. No, I got 10 more just like this. If you like this, you're gonna like these 10 too. And it normally work. Right?
And also something else I thought about too, it's like depending on the placements, like maybe the song you like leak out with the single, that kind of builds up to it, that helps define your sound too.
Yeah, for sure. That's definitely a way to look at it. You're absolutely right. What you were saying,
with these particular contracts, I heard you say that if you have exclusive, you can't send it to another music supervisor for syncing.
Yeah.
So if it's exclusive and it gets synced somewhere, can you not do anything else with that song, or you just can't sync it somewhere?
It depends on whatever. So there's been certain contracts where I've actually been in a space where I couldn't even release it through DSP. So I couldn't release it as a single. That is possible. But it just depends on the term. Like you heard me say, as far as like it limits. So there's some opportunities where, let's say for instance, my song was already out. I already released this song before I pitched it to them. They can't come to me and say, hey, take that song off. If that makes any sense. So that's why you go about it a little bit strategic when you're art pitching. If you know for a fact like this is a song that you really, really care about, you do your own due diligence. That's why I said this is just an addition to whatever you were already doing. Your videos, your content marketing plan, all the strategies that you have in place. Don't just scrap it for this. Add to it. And if it's not working, what you got going on, then we're not going to go for it. We're going to basically just keep whatever we have, and then we're going to just utilize it on the record. That's how I.
So if we sold it to like you were talking about Netflix, if they have a series or Walking Dead, and we already released the song, but we had a contract, an exclusive contract, then we would probably agree this can't go to another show but Walking Dead.
So it's not even just Walking Dead, it's that company. So 9 times out of 10, look at it like this. You have Netflix, right? Let's say you have Netflix here. You have whatever company supervisor library right here.
Paramount, whatever.
Right here. And you have yourself. This company can sync this song to multiple different projects. So they can have your song on MTV, they can have your song on Walking Dead, all these other different places. It's just you can't take this song to another middleman. You only have to send it to them. They're the only people who have control over it. They're able to sing your song out. So like, say for instance, when I got my record on, my first time I got on All American. First time I got on All American with a song, it was an exclusive deal. I said, yeah, I really like that song. Not knowing because they had a relationship with the NFL, they was able to take that same song and place it on the NFL. I got paid again. I'm like, oh, okay. But it was like I couldn't take that song from them and try to take it to another company and say, okay, I'm on Walking Dead, take this song, and I'm on this NFL network, take this song, put it whatever you got on.
Can you perform it? Can you perform it and sell it too, or nah?
What do you mean by sell? As far as like the DSPs?
Like this, I don't know the DSP.
Also, like the Spotify, the Apple Music. That's what you're talking about?
You can't do that.
So it depends on, that's what I was saying. As far as like, if you already did it, and I'm talking from experience. If you already didn't release that song, then they can't come back and say unrelease it.
Okay.
But if you are trying to release that song, they can have a deal that say you can't release this song to no DSPs. I've never seen no one say you can't perform this song. Honestly, I've never seen that. But 9 times out of 10, they're more concerned about taking this record to another company, trying to pitch it.
For sure.
Because that's how they make their money.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So with the what are typically the terms you've seen with the exclusive deals? Is it usually like set for a couple months, up to a year? You ever seen any that have been like in perpetuity?
Most of the time they're in perpetuity. So I think that's why I say you have to do your best and do your due diligence and reading those contracts, because it depends. I've been in contracts when they were 3 years of having used to this song.
For sure.
But then I've been in contracts and it's like forever.
Right.
Right. So that's why I'm always talking about. You always are creating. I've had a hard drive with 1,000+ songs on one hard drive. So if somebody is telling me like, hey, we want this record for in perpetuity, cool. Those records were sitting on my hard drive anyway. Here you go.
Absolutely.
I'm cool. But I know those records that I'm already constantly working, doing things with. All right, cool. Then we don't have to negotiate maybe a 2-3 year lease with it. But it goes back into the term. A lot of the time, they may have these terms that are set in stone with every collaborator that they work with. You may just can't come in and switch it. You can't. Don't fret and be like, damn, I have to conform. Maybe this opportunity isn't for you. We just move on to the next. But you go into it knowing once you know their submission guidelines and exactly what they're looking for, and you got to accept it, and they're telling you their terms, you can say no to, regardless of whatever is being offered. You can say no, because these are, our work and our art, and we may not feel comfortable with seeing perpetuity because that is forever. Because that is forever. You may not feel comfortable with that with certain music. Certain music, I'm like, have it. I'm good. I can go make another one. I'm just being honest. Sometimes I'm like, I can't do that, right?
So what I'm getting from it is it just comes down to how business savvy you are with your negotiations.
Yeah, because 9 times out of 10, bro, like I said, it's so fast paced. They come to you and say, hey, these are our terms. This is the song we need. You have it. You look at the terms. Oh, I don't want to go with that. You can respond back, hey, that's not for me. Yada yada. However you craft your email, you go on from there. But if you know what it is for you, you send it. You're ready. But it goes back into what are you comfortable with doing? If you're not comfortable with doing that, then you're not going to,
Yeah, and then too, and correct me if I'm wrong, you can always run it past a music lawyer.
Right.
That way.
Oh yeah, never use the one that the people want to provide you with. Like you always use your own.
Yeah, if you have access to a lawyer, but that's like I was going to talk about investing here. So if you have access to a lawyer, where early on with myself, I didn't have that. I didn't know the jargon that was coming through a lot of those contracts. Luckily, I was able to sit with people who taught me a lot of the stuff that I was reading. But if you have access to it, yeah, you can always let somebody kind of go over that and explain to you exactly what it is for you. But my biggest thing is like, don't be afraid to let go. If it's something that you know, like this could really help your career, do it. That's going all the advice. If it's something that you're just not comfortable with, don't do it. Regardless of how much money is on the table. So this is going to be my key takeaways. We're going to finish up for tonight. So understand the project and the people involved. So you've already done your research. You know exactly the supervisor or the branch or the libraries that are working on that particular project. You've already done your research. You know exactly what they need. And now it's time you're going to craft a strong pitch. You're going to make sure that it's personalized. You're going to keep it brief, emphasize your uniqueness. So now when you're emailing them, you're following that format. Personalized, keep it brief, and you're going to emphasize.
Do you ever send pictures?
Huh?
Do you ever send pictures with some flash, some little razzle dazzle?
If they asked it. It's been like 2 times I had to send like a picture, but it's been more so centered around like a cover art type of situation.
Okay.
I never just sent like a
press photo or something.
Yeah, it's never been like
New photo shoot.
Yeah, like I just did a photo shoot and send that. Like I said, you're keeping it brief.
Yeah.
And you're only giving them if they don't message you, if you're not talking to them when they pitch and they say, hey, we need a photo, don't just send them the photo.
Okay, that's what when you said uniqueness, I was like, should I say?
Yeah, I'm more so talking about your song. So your song uniqueness.
Okay.
What make the song itself stand out? You got to really be. That's another hard thing. Really be critical with yourself. Listen to the music that you guys are listening to. When you're playing your favorite video game, when you're watching your favorite show, you're watching your favorite film. Listen to the music and be like, if you feel like you can really do that, and you feel like you have something that's similar, you have something that's like unique to a different twist on what's going on, then you're ready for it. But if you're listening to me like, man, I'm not ready yet, go back to the drum board, right? So we'll make sure that we're keeping it brief. We emphasize our uniqueness. We're going to follow those guidelines. If you're finding supervisors or libraries or grants and they're giving you submission guidelines, follow them to the T. If they tell you we only want 10 songs that's all at 30 seconds, you make sure your songs are 30 seconds and 10 songs. If you know that you don't have that, we move on to the next. Ensure high quality audio. Do not lack on that. Don't sit back and say my records are great. No, really, did you invest? Did you actually pay a mixer? Did you pay a master? Literally every track that I've had is in place. Every track have been records that have been high quality. Early on when I was starting this and I was just bullshitting, after I was getting my placement, I was like, oh shit, this is what they want. I'm messing over 100 songs. All them shit's flop. I'm like, what's happening? Oh, it's because I didn't do the due diligence. I didn't understand the high quality audio part. I didn't understand I had to invest into my own personal studio. I didn't knowledge on how to make my record sound high quality, but I didn't have the resources. I didn't have a computer or speakers or a good microphone. It took me a while to basically be able to invest and get it. When I was able to do that, my process fucking that seal to the point where it's like, oh, you need that right now, I can do it right now. So make sure you do not lack on the high quality audio portion, because that is going to be really important. And then stay organized. Y'all hear me say that so much. Final thoughts: use every experience to improve. Focus on networking in the industry professionals. Stay curious and continue to evolve with the industry. That's going to be huge. Always stay ready to adapt, improve your approach, and staying out in the competitive market. What I've been seeing so far is a lot of people just like, oh shit, really make money, let me jump into it. A lot of them aren't following these steps. This is the basics. But a lot of the time frame, it's like, with technology and media, it changes so evolving, it changes so much. How do you stay up to the curve? You make sure that you understand the basics, because we're always going to go back to the basics. It's always going to go back to that. But you take on the basics and you improve from it, evolve. You want to make sure that you keep being involved and evolve from who you are as an artist, who you are as a songwriter, who you are as a vocalist, who you are as a producer. Right? Now when you're pitching, they're like, this is a different sound. I want to utilize this for this project I'm working on. So I wanted to do this short game, but it's up to you guys. I know we're basically towards the end of it. It's like a 5-question game, but basically what I'm going to do is we're going to basically get everyone to stand up, which I don't know if I can actually do this. Is people outside?
Yeah, bonfire.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can we do it with the people in the bonfire? They probably need it.
Yeah, what we can do, honestly, because I know we're towards the end of it, I can actually just run through just like 3 scenarios here, and y'all can just raise your hand just so I don't have to set everything up and go outside, and then we'll go from there. No, you good. This is just short and quick.
No, that's cool. All right.
So basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you guys some questions, and you guys are going to raise your hands if you basically choose option A or option B. So how I would do it is, if you read option A, raise your left hand. If you agree with option B, raise your right hand. But basically say option A, option B. Okay, so this or that. Normally what I would do is it'd be option A room, option B room, we'll move to that side, but because of space and time, we're not going to do that.
A is left, you said.
So A is left and B is right, okay? First case scenario. All right, you have 2 sync licensing opportunities. Which do you choose? Option A, a song placement in a popular TV show with a broad audience. Option B, a song placement in a niche video game with a dedicated fan base. Which one do you guys choose? If you just got this opportunity, which one do you choose? Option A or option B? A, B.
Yeah, I said B.
I'm a gamer. I'm going to
Yeah, pretty well. I'm not a gamer, but I've always wanted my music in video games.
Video games?
I feel like nerds are dedicated.
I feel like people notice video game soundtracks more distinctively than people don't watch TV. Because like when people be like, "Oh, who made the soundtrack of this game?" They'll literally
more likely go look it up versus, oh man, who's this song?
And it's also no right or wrong answer. Yeah, it's whatever you feel comfortable with. But I just wanted to see why would y'all pick what y'all pick.
What would you gonna pick?
Me personally, if I'm being honest with you guys, I'm going with option A. And it's a reason why. Now, well, this is what I would say, okay? Option B, it has three things working for itself. The niche fan base. Now I know specifically who I'm trying to talk to, so I know what type of songs to make. Two, it's a video game, right? A lot of the times people can purchase video games more than they can watch TV shows. But the biggest thing that caught my attention was this. I'm trying to reach the fucking world. Broad. If I'm not able to do that, then I'm personally not going to really focus on that. Me, myself. Now, one thing we can say is, from a commitment stand base, loyalty, I'm going with option B. Because it's a niche fan base, they're loyal to that project, they want to work with it. They're going to constantly keep feeding into it. But normally when you have niche, it's only a cap because it's only certain people. That's like right now. There's people who I know right now who don't know what Apex is. But you know it's a dedicated fan base. Same thing with Fortnite, Call of Duty, 2K. There's a fan base for it, but I'm pretty sure you can go to some different market and be like, what is that? So I'm more concerned about how can I reach broad, me personally. But I don't mean the other one isn't right. You're able to still get both opportunities. It goes right back into where you're comfortable with. That's why I said no right or wrong answer. All right, so the next one is going to be this next opportunity. All right, so look, you have to choose between two types of sync placements. Which do you prioritize for your career growth? Is option A, a sync placement that boosts your streaming numbers and increase your fan base? Option B, a sync placement that catches the attention of a major record label and potentially lead to a record deal?
I'm going A. A is left hand.
Yeah, A is left and B is right.
Okay.
So do y'all want to get a placement that can lead you to a record deal or a placement that can lead you to a fan deal?
I want that money.
So we're going what? Record label?
Nah, hell
Oh, you said
I'm gonna go with the fans.
Fans? And what you said, record label?
Yeah. Nah, bro.
Oh,
bro.
I mean, I go with option A just because, like, increasing my fan base means more people come out to my live shows, potentially buy merch, things like that. I mean,
I was going to talk about like touring,
but
like
I
live
mean,
shows.
the actual possible potential like fan growth, getting more bodies at your shows and stuff like that. I think that helps more long term. I mean, you know, record deals are great, but I mean, I don't know if you'd be necessarily ready for one at this point. You know, you've got to have a lot of leverage going in to make sure you want to get the turn you want.
Like they pay you to a certain extent. That's what it feels like.
So
It's a loan sometimes. It's not really you get paid. You gotta pay back.
Nah,
That's
fuck that shit.
yeah.
But you gotta have the fans to motherfucking. So when you get the deal, you gotta have the fans.
Yeah, you gotta have organic growth.
But the record label will get you the fans. They already got them.
No, I mean
It is that.
record label will
They gonna launch you. They got you.
All right, so we got two B's. So y'all say A, right?
I'm gonna have one A.
I personally, I'm going with A. I'm building up. Only because of what y'all said was perfectly right. Now listen, B, once again, like I said, there's no right or wrong answer. B, you're absolutely right. They already have the machine. They already have the placement. They already have the area that can allow you to grow as an artist. But Tim, you said something so perfect. I'm all about leverage. So if I'm going into this deal, you want to have a hot song, how much leverage can I actually get from this deal? Now, if I know I'm able to build a fan base and I'm able to increase my streaming numbers, what the streaming numbers? You said something perfectly. Can I get people at my show, hard ticket sales? Can I sell merch? If I'm able to sell my merch and my live ticket sales, I'm okay. I'm doing okay. I'm in a comfortable space.
So what that mean that the record label gotta buy you out at that point?
9 times out of 10, once you build something, record labels come. Because they want to basically attach themselves to a cash cow. They see something that's growing and they're like, all right, cool, we can basically benefit from that. We can actually, but they can't take you and blow it up, right? Because they have the resources and the know-how, knowledge. But
it's a walking business, bro. Like a walking logo.
But if you know, like you're good with just working with your fans, and you're streaming them. There's so many different ways you can work with your fans outside of just performances and merch. We talk about, if you wanted to do a Patreon, a website, all like even if you have a service outside of you just doing music, right? Just think about a lot of the time when you have your artists like Queen Naja, DDG, people who were able to grow on YouTube outside of music. Their fans are traveling with them wherever they go.
So you would call that a niche, right?
Yeah, so this goes back to the first niche. Yeah, to the niche. This goes back to that. All right, so your song is being considered for 2 projects. Which one do you choose? Right? Are we gonna choose option A, a placement in a blockbuster film with a significant one-time pay? I'm talking about bands. Or B, a reoccurring placement in a TV series with ongoing royalty.
Give me my money up front. I got
Yeah, with that should be.
You said B?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with B.
I gonna get some royalties.
Yeah, I like the long term on that. I know that the scale will probably diminish eventually depending on the streaming rates and everything. And I guess really, is it network TV or is it streaming TV? Or is it like
Let's just do
TV series. Whichever. Say TV series, my boy.
Okay. Let's switch out what y'all say.
I think, and
I'm still deciding low key.
so I was still deciding too. The reason why I said A is because the only thing with TV, a lot of these series are getting canceled after a couple of seasons.
That's good.
So if you get a one-time huge payment, okay, cool, I
Just
got
say
money.
return.
Ready.
Talk about syndication now.
There you go.
Syndication, okay, cool. But a lot of stuff is streaming now
For sure. Yeah.
versus
this is
being
true.
on syndicated TV.
Yeah.
And those streaming shows, you get a real good show. Everybody know you real good show. 2 seasons done. Dang, why get canceled?
Because maybe grandpa leave the TV on after he falls
I
asleep.
got friends that got royalty checks and they $21.99.
So what's
I think I would go with A because, like, the show could get canceled after the first season, or people don't even watch the show. But if the blockbuster movie is like that, it's a blockbuster movie. Everybody's gonna associate the movie with your song. So off rip, it's like you gonna get a boost in streams too. And people are gonna
What
you say?
I'm gonna say A. If it's the royalties are gonna go so low that you're probably gonna make more than with that one-time payment than you would with royalties regardless, even if it's ongoing.
Royalties don't always go low though. Royalties
they
keep
can't
you set for life. There's people
Now,
that's
I will say
Right.
this, right? You said something about if the show is to get canceled. I want you guys to understand, we're in the streaming world, right?
Sure.
There's so many different streaming platforms. So just because this show is canceled on Netflix, don't mean HBO Max is not gonna pick it up for season 2. So keep in mind that it's happened with a lot of different platforms where they're like, all right, this one show was canceled on this network, and another network picked it up. So I want to say that as far as the cancellation. But great answer. Me personally, I'm going for option A. Only because, once again, there's 2 things you want to look at, right? I'm all about investing. I'm all about making sure I have enough to be able to do the next thing. And you're absolutely right. Some of those royalty checks can start diminishing really, really well. And that's not to defer anything, because there's been some royalty checks I've been able to get over the years. I'm like, okay, I'm doing pretty well with this royalty check, right? Even though it's like this is a placement that happened almost 2-3 years ago. But then some royalty checks, I'm like, damn, I can even go get a honey bun. And that's true, right? So it just depends on your situation. But I know if I'm working on a blockbuster film, you give me $1 million right now, I can make it. You know what I'm saying? And that's just how I think. That's how I look at it. All right, next scenario. You need to decide how to navigate your first sync licensing deal. Which approach do you take? Option A, collaborate with the producer who's already in the sync space and negotiate for yourself. So that means somebody who's already in that space who brings you into the person you talking to, right? Or option B, you hire a sync agent to manage the process and secure the best terms. Which option would you guys
collaborate with somebody who already got you on.
I'm going option B because I feel like the producer, he's already going to have some leverage, and he's not going to negotiate the best terms for you. Like he'll negotiate the best terms for him. Maybe you might get some crumbs, but I guess that also depends on the relationship. But I would like to. From what I understand, like a lot of sync agents, the rate or the finder's fee, kill fee, whatever you want to call it, is relatively standard. Just looking at the terms and stuff.
Collaborate with a producer already in the sync space and negotiate for yourself. I get to choose though my money.
So what I'm saying as far as the producer himself knows that the company or supervisor, and he basically said, because I have this relationship, I bring you in and you basically negotiate.
I would say too, like first sync licensing deal, I don't know shit. Like
I don't know shit, so I'm doing A.
Okay.
I mean, I do know shit, but if I get to set my bar.
What you doing?
I'm going with A because it's my first time. I'm not afraid to fall on my face. Plus, I can just do as much research as I can the first time, and then see where I mess up. It's like, oh, now that I know, I probably should hire.
A like,
or now that I know, with the knowledge I've already obtained, preparing for this moment, I know from experience.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I would go with A. Because if I'm collaborating with a producer, I can talk to him beforehand so he can tell me things to look out for. I'm somebody who asks hella questions. So I'm going to ask all the questions I need to ask and then go do the negotiation once I'm feeling confident about it. Versus splitting a percentage with a sync agent who probably doesn't even care about me as an artist. They're just trying to get you out there.
Yeah, I feel like situation dictates for real. Like, if like it's just how it is. Like if I'm dealing with somebody who like willing to give me the game, as long as I'm willing to accept it and go forward, like I'ma fuck with them. But if like dude being evasive and trying to keep shit on tuck and I ain't comfortable with it and I got the means, I'ma just hire somebody. If I don't, I just say fuck it and I do it. Period. I like that.
I'll go A. You know, if push comes to shove, like you can just have those. Get some credits under your belt, and then they can branch off and do your own thing. Awesome.
I like that answer.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, having the because I'm like option A, I feel like I've done this before, like being with a producer that's like already in the space, like you just naturally gonna, meet the people that's around them, like the people that make shit with them, the people that like do business with them. So you just naturally gonna meet them. Like if you do something like option B, it's like I guess it's like a little bit robotic. I guess if you want to make your money,
but what if you got a homeboy that's an attorney that deals with creative licensing?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I like you said how you said situation. Personally, this one question I'm actually in between because it is going to be a varied situation. From my own experience, I've had the most success with option B though, personally. Only because you gotta realize, right? Every and I'm not trying to say this about any producer, but just the one that I work with. A lot of the time frames, it's like we're both collaborating for an opportunity, and some time frames you may deal with some people who are trying to take advantage of you because they know the situation, so they may tell you like, "Hey, the split is whatever," and you're like, "Damn, why I'm so low?" You're like, "Well, that's the split," but because this is their situation. If you don't agree to whatever they're saying, you may just end up getting with a lower split compared to when I know I'm working with an agent, they have a standard.
Yeah.
This is they're giving that to everybody. It's not just myself. I'm able to know that I'm not being taken advantage of. Now you're absolutely right as far as the robotic part, but one thing I like about the robotic part is the robotic part been working for 20 years compared to my producer homie. He just kind of got in this space 5 years ago. So I know from a consistent standpoint, this is their main job. All they handle is sync. I'm going with him. But like you just said, if I had a homie who's real good, he's in the producing space, he's a good individual, it's gonna vary. But I may lean a little bit toward B only because I know for a fact if I'm able to get this person and even I'm hiring them, at the end of the day, this is their job. They only really get real paid if I get placement. I'm going ahead and make sure that I go ahead and pay them, and then it's like whatever placement comes to me, I'm basically probably getting a little bit more personally.
So like literally, it's literally their job to go like get you like connections and shit.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah. All right, it's the last one, and I'm gonna get up y'all here. So you are deciding on the type of beat. Now we're talking about you're actually picking the beat. So you're deciding the type of beat for your sync opportunity. Which do you choose? You're gonna pay a producer. This can be your homie, your friend, up front for an original beat, and then split any royalties 50-50 with that producer. So basically, the producer's gonna get paid twice. So you're gonna pay him up front to make the beat, and he's also gonna get paid on the back end, right? So twice. Or option B, you make an original beat from scratch, right? So for my 100%, so you basically make a beat from scratch, allowing full control, uniqueness, and a bigger percentage. But of course, it requires more time and more skill and effort if you don't know how to do that. Well, remember,
I already do that.
so which one are you going to basically use? Is it going to be option A or option B?
Depending on what you have to do.
Me already do.
B?
Hey,
I'd probably go with the A myself.
Yeah.
hey, I don't even.
I wish there was an option C.
So what if you
To work with
Right.
a producer.
That's what I want to add, yeah. Because I be knowing what I want.
So,
Mine's A, unless I play the tambourine.
Right, bro.
This is
Flat out, right?
Or would that be under option B?
But I don't know how.
Because
you would be
I know what
considered
I want on it.
a producer as well.
oh, you're saying if you're with the producer in the room, you're telling
Co-producing,
them what you want,
yeah.
you're co-producing it. I mean,
But you still have to split it.
yeah, you're gonna have
to
to
pay up
yeah,
front.
you're still gonna have to pay with like you have to pay them because 9 times out of 10, let's say if I hire a producer to go into their studio, I'm paying them to get in their studio to co-produce whatever record I want. But because they're the producer, they're still gonna get whatever percentage they want the back end because it's both of y'all making a difference.
But what if you make an exclusive contract, like what we just seen in the other one? Like this is my
I
exclusive.
want to change the beat.
Well, normally, like, so let's say, for instance, you're doing a split, right? And you say, all right, cool, I'm working with, let's say I'm working with Rod, right? So let's say he already had his standards on how much you have to pay him to even get him in the studio.
Flat out.
I pay him whatever his price is. But now we're in the studio, and now we got to talk about whatever his percentage is on the back end. So now he may say, hey, I want 75, you get 25. Let's say that's his standard, right? Let's just say that's what he wants. And you're like, wait, no, this is 50-50. Right? It just depends on whatever y'all are collaborating and agreeing on, but you're still gonna have to, if you're gonna pay that producer, you have to pay him to get him in the studio to actually make the beat, even if you're co-producing. Because at the end of the day, he has the knowledge and the skill to do so. Even though you're telling him, hey, I want drums, I want this and that, he's still gonna basically give you the sound to basically make sure that it's an actual full-on record.
He got the
Right?
talent to do
Because
it.
he had the talent. So you can either say, I want to pay him, I'm gonna do it myself because I know exactly what I want. But then it's going to require you more time, more skill. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just, are you comfortable with doing something? If you are, then cool.
Yeah.
But look at this though. Like what you seen for the like boom, when I get a producer that and he make, cause I didn't got him to do shit from scratch.
Yeah.
I'm like, yo, I want the exclusives. Okay, if it blow up, it's a hood deal. Like, okay, I signed the paperwork, whatever. Like, but the thing is, they're like, okay, but if I buy your beat for $500 and I make millions off of it, of course I'm gonna give you some more money. It's like morally right, but on the contract, exclusive rights to this shit mean it's my shit.
Yeah, if you go and you buy exclusive rights
Yeah, like,
to a beat,
I'm on
and I
that.
think Lil Nas X fell in this situation with Old Town Road, where I think he purchased the beat of something
Damn right.
exclusive, and then like the producer didn't really get enough money. But once again, it goes back to what you guys negotiate with, right? If you go to him and you say, I get the publishing, I'm paying you outright, this is my beat. Then of course he can't get anything that comes outside of, whatever you paid him. But I'm talking about more so traditionally, even if you pay him, let's say his beats are $600, $700, $800, you pay him $600, he still get percentage of the back end because traditionally it doesn't matter. He's the producer, you're the songwriter.
Gonna get royalties either way because you know lease it and then they'd be like 500. You know when you lease a beat and they'd be like you got up into 500,000 plays. After that 500,000 plays, the other producers start getting paid because you just leased it.
Okay.
So exclusives is like that's your beat, you know what I'm saying? But y'all can just get paid off the splits. But when you lease it, after your amount of spins is up, the rest of the spins go to him until you rebuy the beat.
And that's crazy.
It's crazy, yeah.
No, but it ain't even crazy. It's just about like how you negotiate your shit.
Yeah, that's all it is. Yeah, because some
That's what
producers
it
can
go
get
down
time.
to, like how you negotiate your shit.
Yeah. Because if you're a true co-producer, like the way I was thinking of it, that's why I was saying that the fit under option B. If you're a true co-producer, somebody might have the audio engineering skills that you don't have. But you're like, okay, do these drums, do this. You are the one composing it. They are like doing the digital work.
Yeah.
The execution.
That's what P. Diddy used to do.
That's exactly what I was about to say,
Yeah.
bro.
So you can be a producer and not be an engineer.
Yeah. That makes sense. I get what you're saying. Like you don't know how to work the drum thing, but you know what you want on there.
That's how people get songwriting credits just for doing ad-libs and shit, just because they contributed to it.
And I feel like people lump the two together because it's like, okay, I do beats, so they say I'm a producer.
Yeah.
But you can be a composer, a producer, and not do audio engineering.
Yeah, that's why, it's always gonna fall right back down to like what you guys negotiate with and what you bring to. If you're telling this person, hey, this is what I want you to do, but this is what I expect as far as payment, this is what we expect, as far as percentage, then cool. But if that's not upfront and you guys haven't negotiated that, it's always gonna fall to this.
But with option B, you ain't split 50-50.
Yeah, you're doing it yourself. So we got a bunch of option A's, right?
I got stuff to do with it.
Okay, yeah, okay. I'm sorry. I didn't held y'all too much. And luckily we're at the end. Y'all have
though. That was dope.
Y'all have any questions?
Are we live?
Yeah, we're live.
That's what's up.
Before we wrap up, did y'all have any questions? Or did I answer everything? Good.
I need a gram though.
Okay, yeah. So look, I already said I think I gave most of you guys this QR code, right? So like I was saying, outside of what we're doing, outside of what I'm doing, I'm also taking the approach of sitting with artists and taking all the information out, because basically this is scratching the surface. Like I was telling y'all before, it's always going to be ever changing, it's always going to be evolving. If you feel like, all right, I want to learn a little bit more and I got information, I want to sit with you and work with you. I am doing like a free 30-minute consultation. You don't have to pay anything, just book it. We sit down, we talk. And if you decide you want to actually move forward, basically move forward. But yeah, I basically sit down, I talk a little bit about the actual space. It's the DIY music consultation, and I basically just talk a little bit about where you're currently at and what basically that you need. And yeah, we go from there. But if you're interested, definitely check out the QR codes. I'm gonna be passing the rest of these out. And yeah, I appreciate y'all so much, man. This has definitely been dope and informative.